ridge, a low pressure system coming, or a trough we call it. But what is that really? Well, the atmosphere is kind of like the ground. It has different elevations. It goes high, it goes low. So if you make this, we simplify it and say, hey, this high pressure, it's like a mountain, right? The storm can't go up and over a mountain. It has to go around the base of the mountain. What's the trough? The trough is like a gutter, right? And the storm is like, well, we'll put a beach ball right there. So the storm right now, it's in between the mountain and the gutter. So what does that ball want to do? Well, it's like putting a ball on flat ground. It's not going to move anywhere. It's just kind of move around a little bit, but it's not going to go in a single direction. If we bring this gutter closer, like it's going to happen, well, the ball is going to want to tend to roll into that gutter and get pulled out. That's what that trough does. It makes that hurricane roll into that. But it's the timing here of when this gutter gets down here to let that ball roll in. If this gutter is a little bit late, that means the storm gets closer to us. It could be a little bit early. That means the storm would be a little bit farther away because it will want to go and roll right into that gutter here. Now, watch what happens on Vipercast. It does just sit here for a little bit. That's where it's waiting for the gutter. And that time frame is tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to sit there. No steering currents, just kind of rolling around a little bit. Then finally, we bring that gutter closer. Here it comes, and then it's going to roll up to the north and then move out to the northeast. This one has it coming very, very close to us. We could still have some tropical storm force or even hurricane force gusts as this gets a little bit closer. Finally, by Wednesday, we're kicking this thing out of here. It's going to roll out the gutter and be out of our hair. Of course, not out of the United States hair, because then it's going to affect the Carolinas there and even parts of Georgia. Coming up a little bit later, we'll time out some of the wind and rain and wave action. That's coming up in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Tonight, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is getting the message out: stay alert and listen to law enforcement.
The governor, like all of us, is monitoring every development of this storm. Resources are available statewide to help families potentially impacted by Dorian. And that includes thousands of National Guard members who are ready to assist.
Listen to their local authorities and have an evacuation plan ready if you are ordered to evacuate. Safety comes first, and you don't want to mess with a storm that is going at 185 miles per hour.
Earlier today, the governor suspended tolls on 9 highways in Florida as Hurricane Dorian approaches. And tonight we have complete coverage on this massive storm.
We once again go to Storm Team 5 Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. Steve.
All right, we're going to get a new update, an intermediate advisory from the Hurricane Center soon. It's moving through the Bahamas. It's about 160 miles off the coast. The winds at 185 stronger gusts. What I want to point out here is that the outer feeder bands are starting to work into the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County, and a quick tornado warning is possible. Don't be surprised, maybe even a tornado watch. This isn't the most likely area to see tornadoes form in a hurricane. hurricane. It's more the eastern side, the right side of the track, and the northeastern side. But we've already seen today a couple of tornado warnings back to the west. So we're watching that closely. Wind shear, the issue here is that some of these bands work on shore. They naturally get a tendency to rotate. There's a stronger one there, but that's about 30 to about 40 miles off the coast. These ones are working in. They're not as strong, but they do pack a punch with some gusty winds and some heavy downpours. If you've been in storms before, you know that these feeder bands they're not your typical daytime thunderstorm. The rain comes down, it's near zero visibility, very tricky driving, and the winds, they have a heaviness to them just because they're very tropical and just saturated with water. So you know what I'm talking about if you've been through them in the past. And usually we'll get a strong feeder band go through and a bit of a break for half an hour, and then another little stronger feeder band in behind that. Now the storm itself, hurricane force winds out 45 miles from the center. The strongest winds, the winds that we talk about 185 miles an hour, they're right in the core of the hurricane, right along the eye wall. And then out 140 miles from the center, those are the tropical storm force winds. Those are the winds from about 39 to a little over 70 miles an hour. A radar out of the Bahamas is showing a well-defined eye as it made landfall in Marsh Harbor and Hopetown and headed toward Grand Bahama. I know we have some viewers. We have lots of viewers in the Abacos and back through Grand Bahama. And if you're in Grand Bahama, this is a ferocious storm that's going to be over you for at least a day, possibly two. Some of the models bring it in around West End, and they sit it over this area from Monday to Tuesday late morning. A very dangerous storm, obviously. I'm sure you've heard that already, but you want to shelter in place. And the nasty weather is going to begin for you over the next few hours and continue to pick up overnight. And there's the eye as it moves away from Abaco and now starting to work in to Grand. As far as the track, still just a ferocious hurricane. You know, we'd say 185 for the last few hours, and you start to get used to it. But 185 miles an hour is a staggering number. And the wind gusts, which typically do a lot of the damage to structures, those wind gusts are over 200 miles an hour. We were looking earlier, they're about 210 to 220, which is just unbelievable. The closest approach to Palm Beach County will be tomorrow and into early Tuesday morning, and then that turn. Now that turn will happen on the current track between noon and 6 p.m. on Monday. That'll be critical. That is the critical time for us. There is no other critical time. That we need a turn, and it happens tomorrow, and then it moves up the coast. But it's close enough to us, and we're almost all of us in the error cone still, that the margin for error is razor thin. Any shift toward the west, if this hurricane should not turn here and maybe drift west another 2, 3, 4 hours, now it places it here, and it's close enough that Palm Beach County would get tornado warnings. That's how close this is and how critical it is that it turns on this current track. We do have a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast. We have a hurricane watch for Palm Beach County for the next couple of days, and there's that warned area, and that's also offshore. And then a tropical storm watch for Palm Beach County. Tropical storm warning, I should say, and a tropical storm watch for the inland areas where the wind should not be as strong, and a storm surge between 2 and 7 feet along the coastline. Quick look at the models once again before I toss it over to James. He has some new information coming in on the radar, but those tracks keeping it just offshore, too close to call, and it could get a little closer to us, and that's why we have the warnings and the watches in place right now. James.
Yeah, still that well-defined eye, and I put the lightning strikes. Look at all the lightning right around, right in that eye wall there, just really flaring up too, a sign that this thing, it's not weakening here as it moves through the Bahamas, and it's now exiting Abaco here, and we're going to see it start to approach, well, pretty much the western or the eastern end of Grand Bahama there, starting to get into the eye wall. We're already seeing some of these far outer bands move through, and any one of these little cells that move in, and you see some coming into say right around Jensen Beach, Stewart, or so, see it right there, some lightning strike. That's going to be a strong one right there. It might be a marine warning with that one too as it moves on in with probably 30, 35 mile per hour wind gusts. We had some tornado warnings where some of those little cells ran into the sea breeze down in the southwest Florida, so that's the type of thing we may see here in South Florida. And then Rainfall amounts, of course, the hurricanes, tremendous rainfall makers. This yellow here is 15 plus inches. That stays offshore, thank goodness. And we just get a little kiss here with the rain. The red there is 5 to 6 inches. But if this just inches a little bit closer, that's a whole different ball game. We may see our rainfall totals go from 5 to 6 inches or so, jumping all the way up to over 10 inches. So something we're going to keep an eye on. And of course, we do have a storm surge. We're going to talk about this, the winds and the wave heights here coming up in just a few minutes.
James, thank you. Florida Power and Light says it has spent the past several days preparing for Hurricane Dorian. There are about 16,000 workers either already staged or heading out across the state. FPL says it is one of the largest contingency plans it's had for a storm. However, the president and CEO of the company is reminding people there will be power outages. FPL says wind speeds need to be 35 miles per hour or less for them to work on repairing those power lines. Remember, WPTV will remain on the air if your power goes out. We have radio partners. They're all listed right here on your screen. And we have them on our website as well. If we need to simulcast, you can listen on your radio, or it's a great time, download our app. And that way you can stay connected with us online, and we stream our coverage as well. We'll be right back.
Right now, mandatory evacuations in effect for some areas in Palm Beach County. Those orders are for zones A and B. You can check those out on our app and also with your Palm Beach County resources and Palm Beach County links to make sure you know what zone you're in and if it's time to leave.
The monster of a storm and continued uncertainty of where exactly Dorian will hit if it makes landfall in Florida has many people not taking chances. Ryan Hughes talked to families who were racing to get out of their homes.
For Rafael Gonzalez, it's a race against time.
It's bad. Yeah, this storm is bad.
He's taking measurements and boarding up the porch at his home inside the Bluegrass Mobile Home Park in West Palm Beach. This community now under a mandatory evacuation ahead of Hurricane Dorian.
The police is coming in the morning and go around and tell everybody you need to move.
Palm Beach County ordering evacuations for homes in Zone A and Zone B. That includes mobile homes, the barrier islands, low-lying areas prone to flooding, and communities near the intracoastal like Briny Breezes in Ocean Ridge.
We've always been very lucky, but this year we're not going to get away with it.
Betty Murray's grandson and son-in-law are boarding up her daughter's home. Betty lives only a few houses down. She has her bags packed and is ready to go.
Even if it does bypass us, we'll still be a lot safer if we move out.
7 shelters are also now open in Palm Beach County. But for Betty, she plans to ride out the storm with her granddaughter in Delray Beach.
I'm hoping it does a boomerang and heads back out, but you never know. I hope it doesn't hit the Carolinas. That's also home for some of our families, so.
And 2 more shelters opened up this evening, bringing the total now to 9. That's in addition to a pet-friendly shelter and a special needs shelter. All of those locations can be found on our website at WPTV.com. Now, if you are evacuating and you're not heading to one of those shelters, officials advise you to stay in Palm Beach County and do not head further north. In Jupiter, Ryan Hughes, WPTV, News Channel 5.
As we have been showing you, the Bahamas hit hard by Hurricane Dorian. We'll speak to a woman who stayed in her home as the hurricane went over, the impact her area felt.
Neighbors helping neighbors, the community where everyone's making sure everyone is protected. Dorian, a Category 5 storm that has devastated parts of the Bahamas. We talked to Rosie Lopez in North Eleuthera, Bahamas, by phone as Hurricane Dorian's powerful feeder bands passed over her home. She says she did not experience a direct hit, but she did experience tropical storm force winds.
It's pretty ugly right now. We're like in the outer bands. The surf's really, really rough and high right now. The wind's blowing. I've lost a few trees out back and in the front. And I thought it'd be over by now, but we've been getting hit all night, and I think we lost power sometime between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. Praying for the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama, because I can't even imagine that storm hitting here at that strength.
Sadly, we've seen reports in the Abaco Islands, winds 185 miles an hour, devastation. Roofs, cars flipped. It is beyond description. And we don't use that term lightly, but it gave me chills seeing the video earlier. This again, tropical storm force winds in North Eleuthera, but in Abaco, utter devastation.
And Marsh Harbor, I have three
Marsh
pieces
Harbor.
of video on my Facebook page right now that were sent by a friend of a friend, and it is devastating. Steve Weagle's joining us now. Steve, I just want to ask, Susan Meyer on Facebook was asking, and I thought this was a good question, if this storm does turn, or if it does not, how much notice would we have before there would be a landfall?
Well, we would be 60 miles. I'm a little rough math here, but that turn is expected to happen about 60 to 70 miles off the coast around West End, so it would be right in this area here. And if, let's say, it continued on that train, it's moving west right now at 5 miles an hour, so you're looking at another 8 to 12 hours, I suppose. I do, though, we may have a little bit more time before a landfall because it is expected to slow down even more in this area. So it went down. A couple of days ago, it was moving 13 miles an hour to the west, and then it was down to 10, and now we're down to 5 miles an hour, so it's really slowing down. That's not a surprise, that was expected, but once it gets into this area tomorrow, it could be even slower. It could be just a snail's pace at 2 to 3 miles an hour, which we really classify as drifting, not so much a forward speed.
And
So-
Steve, of course, as you've reminded us, even at that, we'd be feeling the outer bands for hours and hours on end. They
Yes.
pack their own kind of punch.
Yeah, well, you can see on the radar behind me how some of these feeder bands are already starting to work in. We have some that are working down through the Treasure Coast and into Palm Beach County, and we have others that are just offshore. They actually pack more of a punch. This one here, I'm keeping an eye on. I don't think this itself will move in. Each one of these is moving 40, 50, 60 miles an hour in forward speed, but as it moves toward us, it's really just moving 5 to 10 miles an hour. It's moving with the entire hurricane. But this would be about 30 to 40 miles off the coast, so this is going to take another few hours. But you can see some of these are starting to fire up. One in Stewart now, so we're going to be talking more about the radar. The radar, Viper 5 Max, is our best tool once we get the storm a little closer. Well, in fact, at this point, the radar is transitioning to be our best tool. And here's the radar showing the tops of some of the thunderstorms. Very surprising little thing going on in this hurricane in the last few hours, and that is that the core is loaded with lightning. James showed a loop just a few minutes ago. This entire area has lightning wrapping around it. Lightning is not a common feature in a hurricane, and research has shown that usually when there's lightning, it is preceded by some upgrade in the winds. Now, this hurricane can't get much stronger. It's pretty much at its limit, but it's interesting to see all that lightning in such a well-developed hurricane. It's about 10 miles wide, this eye, and the lightning is completely encircled around the eye wall right now. And you can see with the cross section some of these thunderstorms as they work in, and then the outer feeder bands as they work through too. But these are the ones that are going to affect us first, and that'll be in the next 6 to 12 hours. I want to break down the quick look at this hurricane. I mean, think about this tomorrow. You go to bed, you wake up. This eye is going to be in this area right here. It is going to be an amazing thing to see on the satellite imagery, that this storm that is so close and is razor thin to our area as far as the turn. And that's why there's a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast and a hurricane watch for Palm Beach County.
Steve, I know our focus, of course, for our 5-county area, but so many people here have children away at college. We certainly remember those days. Kelly and I, Renee asked, kids are away in college in Gainesville. Will that area have hurricane winds, flooding, etc.?
Not likely. With the current track, the eye is expected to stay offshore, so both Tallahassee and Gainesville. Gainesville could certainly see tropical storm force winds. There are some of the outer feeder bands, but as far as damaging winds, that looks unlikely at this point.
Question two, Debbie Harvey wanted to know about storm surge estimates, specifically in Sewell's Point, but really any area. When would we see the biggest surge, storm surge, and is Sewell's Point expected to get a big one?
Start on Monday and Tuesday, and it'll be during the high tide times. And the other factor here is that we're in the king tide, and anyone who lives near the coastline is already seeing the water level elevated by a foot or two. With storm surge kicking in, like in previous storms, you kind of use a baseline of what you've seen in the past as far as how high the water level got. You throw that out the window. It's not going to work this time because we have these king tides, and at high tide, the new moon is, this week. And with those extra high tides, the water level is going to be elevated another 1, 2, and I think in some areas I saw almost 3 feet because of that. Now, the elevated tides should be kicking in soon because now we have that northeast wind pushing the water against the coastline. I would expect it would peak on Monday and Tuesday as the storm is at its closest, and the wind field has expanded. For a big storm surge, not only do you need strong winds, you need what we call it fetch, where the wind travels over a large area of water before it has an impact on the coastline, and this one is developing that with such a large tropical storm wind field now. So Monday and Tuesday, I think at high tide times, we're going to see some coastal flooding.
Thanks as always. As we can go ahead, Kelly.
No, I was just going to say, I know you wanted to bring in, is James Whelan next? Or
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. James, I think, is going to talk some of the local effects, and actually he's getting over there. I'll just ramble on for another minute here. There's that
no
light.
rambling. You two have been a great analytical team for us.
Thank you. Yeah,
we speak for every viewer in 5 counties to say thanks to both of you.
I think we're going to be in this for a while too, because not only do we have the hurricane watch, we have the warning too. There's the lightning that I was talking about near the center. This is very unusual. This is not typical. This happened with Katrina just before landfall in Florida. Yes, Katrina hit Florida before it moved off to New Orleans. And so we're going to watch for that trend too. All right, here's James. I believe he was going to talk more about the wind speed and some of the models.
Right, and we'll time it out. I was just checking our National Weather Service chat there. We're in constant communication with the Weather Service, the Hurricane Center. They send us stuff, we send them stuff there. So another great resource we have right here at WPTV. Now, all right, so let's go through time here and so you know what to expect. Now, these are gusts. These aren't sustained winds, but you should always plan for gusts because that's the highest amount that you may see. So as we go through Sunday night, we could, and Monday morning here, this is 9:30 in the morning, we could see gusts in some areas and some of the stronger squalls up to tropical storm force or so. The core of the storm still well offshore. The green, the orange here representing hurricane force winds, the blue tropical storm force winds. And as we go through time, notice how our numbers go way up too. We're in the 60s for gusts. 63 mile per hour gusts there possible in North County, 50s, 40s and 50s for the Treasure Coast. Again, that line, that razor thin line Steve was talking about, just offshore. Any little wobble closer, we're going to be in this hurricane force wind there. And then finally by late Tuesday, closest to the Treasure Coast, then by Wednesday morning, starting to pull away and things drop off. So with all that wind, we are piling up the wave action. In fact, look at this. Seas 20 to 35 feet out in the Gulf Stream here. Just enormous waves. Off the scale here, too. I had to type it in special. You add that all piling on in out of the northeast and east. You add in the king tide, and this is about the peak of it, is midnight tomorrow night with the peak of the wave action, the surge, and also the king tide. It does start to abate a little bit for the next high tide cycle, which would be around noon on Tuesday. And then finally, as we get into Wednesday, things relax quite a bit. Our beaches will take quite a beating from all of this. And I know a lot of my surfer friends are saying, hey, this is going to be epic surf out there. But really, in our area, it's just too close. It's just, if it was farther off, it would be epic surf, but it's just too close for that. Head south or just don't go at all. We'll get the next one then. All right, so this is the storm surge you see in Palm Beach County. Anywhere from 2 to 4 feet is possible. The Treasure Coast, a little bit more. It's a little bit more concave, and the storm's getting a little bit closer there. So that's why we have those storm surge warnings out there. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Here's a look at our storm. Dorian, 185-mile-an-hour winds moving through the Abacos, about a little over 150 miles away from South Florida. And the tropical storm and hurricane force winds, hurricane force out 45 miles from the center. And you can see on the radar that the outer bands are working now into South Florida. These bands have some heavy rain, some gusty winds. And it is getting closer to our area, moving away from Abaco now. And the 8 p.m. advisory just came in, so the winds are kept at 185, still moving west at 5. The pressure's risen a little to 915. A little encouraging. I don't think in the long term it's going to help us, though. As the pressure rises, we may see a slight decrease in the wind speed, but at 185 miles an hour, it would have to drop, or that pressure would have to drop significantly. So we get into hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast, hurricane watch for Palm Beach County, and a tropical storm warning. We will see gusty winds develop overnight and into Monday and Tuesday, and the closest approach will be on the Treasure Coast on Tuesday, with this less about 40 to 50 miles off the coast, right in that edge of hurricane force winds. So that is why the warning is in place, and that's why any shift toward the west is critical and would bring just a tremendous increase in the wind speed for us in South Florida.
Steve, thank you.
We'll be right back after this.
This is WPTV Storm Team 5, tracking Dorian.
And thank you for being with us yet again for our continuing coverage on Hurricane Dorian. Safe to say, everyone in 5 counties, indeed across the state and really the country, watching this monumentally powerful storm.
We want to bring in our chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel. And Steve, you know, our viewers are such a big part of our coverage these days, thanks to social media and Facebook. And Clarabelle Cruz was asking, does Dorian rank as one of the biggest ever?
You know, for the northwestern Bahamas, it does. And as far as intensity, 185 miles an hour puts it in the record books, too. It could go a little higher, although the central pressure has dropped a bit. If you take a look back at this area of the Bahamas and historically, hurricanes, the last big one that rolled through would have been Floyd in '99, that went right over Marsh and Hopetown and Green Turtle, but that had a track. That Floyd, if you were here during that year, that's the one that spent about 2,000 miles headed right for us and turned at the last minute and moved up toward the Carolina coastline. It had 154 mile an hour winds, I believe was the peak speed. And you have to go back, I believe in the 1920s, or maybe a little bit earlier, there was a historic hurricane that went through that area that devastated some of the towns. This one, the most powerful though, and it is starting to roll away from Abaco and move closer to the Freeport and Grand Bahama. There's a look at the radar. This is the current radar. So it's almost making landfall now in Grand Bahama, and this is a very, very bad track. And I know we have some viewers in Grand Bahama. Well, we have viewers all over this area on satellite. and it will track right down the spine, and there are indications that it may stall, at least briefly, on the western end of the island. There's a look. Lots of lightning going on near the center of this, too. A little unusual, even for a well-structured hurricane like this. So here's the forecast track. This will be updated at 11 o'clock with the new 8 p.m. numbers, too. There's an intermediate advisory, so it has slowed down in the last few hours, now moving west at 5, 185. The pressure has risen a bit. It's now 915 millibars. The hurricane hunters have been flying through it the last few hours, and there are indications that it is continue on this west track for at least the overnight hours, and then a turn toward the northwest. That happens tomorrow, and the timeline with everything else with this hurricane has been delayed a little bit. It looks like that turn will happen between about noon and 6 p.m. It's a slow, gradual turn back toward the northwest. So that is, at this point, the Tuesday 2 a.m., so just after midnight, and this is the Monday evening position. So this is just a gradual turn and then toward the northwest, and then it comes very close, not over yet, it actually gets closer to the Treasure Coast offshore by about 40 to 50 miles and still a Category 4, and then rapidly moving up the east coast after that and away. Let's take a close look at the error cone because it could still shift. That's really, well, we do have some strong winds coming in either way, even if it follows this down the line track. But any shift to the west, and this is a much more serious situation for all of our viewing area. So the error cone is across the Treasure Coast and parts of Palm Beach County. If you're in South County and you're looking at this like, oh, I'm out of the error cone, it's meaningless, really. It's absolutely meaningless because this error cone is not nasty weather and quiet weather. This error cone is for that little center point. So the track could be in this area right here. That is possibility, and you would be in hurricane force winds. So there's a chance of that. So, and this error cone has been shifting back and forth, subtle, but shifting back and forth the last few days. So please remember that. The error cone is for the center of the storm, not where the winds and it becomes nice. I think most people think that's the way that works, and it is not. Hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast, hurricane watch for Palm Beach County. James Wieland is here tracking it with me to talk more about the storm.
Yeah, we're seeing some early onset feeder bands starting to move on in. There's first rain squalls moving on in, and here's the storm there, so very close to us, but here's the outer fringes starting to come in. You see here's a main band. This probably won't make it to us, or maybe it may brush the coastline, but we're tracking a few up here on the Treasure Coast and even some that's made it down into Palm Beach County here. Let's take a closer look. A pretty hefty one moving through Fort Pierce right now. Another one moved through, say, Sewell's Point and down into Hobe Sound now. This is going to continue to move south into Palm Beach County. A quick one there in Tequesta. This may hit Jupiter Farms here as it moves quickly, very quickly down to the south and west. Here's one moved right through Vero Beach and Lakewood Park, now into western Fort Pierce there, where 95 and the Turnpike come together. And farther down to the south into Palm Beach County, you see this one just moved through the Gardens in Wellington. This one in the Gardens, it'll be in Wellington in a matter of moments because they're just moving about 40 to 50 miles per hour. And this other stronger one here that's going to hit the Gardens first, probably in about 5 minutes, then down into the Western Gardens, or the Jupiter Farms that is first, then in the Western Gardens, then down into Wellington once again. Boca, you saw a quick one move on through. Now things are quieting down. In any of these cells that they move on through, you get the what we call mixing down. So it takes all the wind that's from up real high and it pulls it down. And then you get those bursts of wind gusts that come down with the rain that's moving on through them because it's moving so quickly here. It's kind of in and out, but you get that blast of wind. A lot of times that could cause the power to flicker a little bit. We're going to see these start to pick up here going in through the overnight hours and especially into tomorrow morning and the afternoon. Live Viper 5 Max, we're going to be switching to that once we start tracking all these little cells, but notice they are picking up. Main band out here out over the ocean. Again, we'll keep an eye on that as it drifts a little bit closer. We'll be getting into that mess here. I think that's going to happen in the mid to late day tomorrow, and then tomorrow night and also into Tuesday.
All right, James, thank you. We want to take you now and show some video. We're seeing some of the damage video coming in from the Abaco Islands in the Bahamas. Certainly, some people have already bore the brunt of this. A hurricane of historic proportions, as Steve was just saying a few moments ago.
Strongest in the Atlantic recorded history.
Exactly. So you're seeing some of this still daylight at the time this video was taken, but we've gotten a lot that has come in, especially from Marsh Harbor. Here again, you're looking at Abaco, and as you see the power poles down, the cars flipped. Some of the streets look like they're flooded, and just roofs are damaged, trees are, bare, power poles leaning.
And this is just one point of view. Imagine all of Abaco, Marsh Harbor, same scenario. Obviously, in the coming days and weeks, be rushing resources to them. We do not have any casualty reports. We pray there aren't any. Our hearts go out to everybody there. We're waiting to see what kind of casualties we may have. Talk about the storm surge there was absolutely terrifying that washed over. I mean, you can imagine, although barely, the kind of ferocity of this storm wiping through the islands, a sliver of the damage, storm surge on top of it, communications knocked out. You're already having people asking you about loved ones. They can't reach there. We're trying to get information, trying to establish communication, but it may yet be a good while before that happens.
Exactly. Oh man, you feel for every single person, and for all of those who, like you said, who have loved ones or friends over there. So we'll keep you posted as we get more video in, and if you get some, please share it on our Facebook page, send it to News Channel 5, and we'll share it with all of you.
And we know our community will be one of the first to respond with aid there. The issue will be, first, the storm has to get completely clear of all of us, and then second, to get into areas as badly devastated as that, to get the aid in will be another challenge. But we're going to keep you posted on that, certainly, in the days to come. And for any of those in the Bahamas who we know have been watching our coverage and still, by some miracle, are able to receive it, know that our hearts go out to you and that help will be on the way.
Let's talk about evacuations right now, and there are many that are mandatory. For parts of Palm Beach County, evacuations are in place for zones A and B.
Zone A includes mobile homes, substandard housing, and low-lying areas prone to flooding. Zone B generally includes barrier islands, areas north and south of the Jupiter Inlet, as you look at Palm Beach police making calls for people to leave, and other surge vulnerable areas south along the Intracoastal down to the Broward County line.
If you choose not to evacuate to a shelter, please evacuate miles, not hundreds of miles. We encourage you to stay within the county to shelter in place.
There are now 9 general population shelters open in Palm Beach County, also a special needs shelter at the South Florida Fairgrounds and a pet-friendly one at the West Boynton Park and Rec Center. And you can find information about your evacuation zone and shelters on WPTV.com. If you live in a mobile home or low-lying area on North and South Hutchinson Island, emergency officials say you need to leave. We hope many of you heeded that message long before now. Tomorrow morning at 8, access to the barrier islands will be limited. Eventually, you may not be able to get on or off the island at all, and after the storm, you'll need to prove you live on Hutchinson Island to get back on. Still looking for a shelter in St. Lucie County? You'll find general population ones there set up at Fort Pierce Central High, Lakewood Park Elementary, Treasure Coast High School, and a special needs shelter at the Haverdale Finn Center.
Indian River County's Emergency Management Division is warning some residents to evacuate as soon as they can, and that applies to people who live east of US 1, including the barrier islands, and anyone who lives in a manufactured home. A mandatory evac order for those areas in Indian River County begins tomorrow morning, and that's at 8 a.m. Indian River County has 6 shelters open, including 1 for those with special needs and for those who have pets. We have a complete list with all the details at WPTV.com.
Of course, across our 5-county region, preparations have been picking up pace over the last week now at full intensity, although we hope most of you are done preparing. John Genovese in Martin County with how people have been getting ready there.
Yeah, and throughout the day, we've seen county officials and the sheriff's office driving through here, reminding people about those mandatory evacuation orders. Take a look. You can see the wind is picking up. These waves are getting stronger as a lot of folks in the area spent the day grabbing their things and getting out. screwing in the shutters and packing up as much stuff as he can. John Wolf's emotions run the gamut.
I really can't describe, just a little bit of everything, you know.
He's been living in Jensen Beach for close to 20 years.
This trailer actually is still standing from 1946. It's been through every single storm.
But still, he says that's no excuse for taking a chance. With Dorian inching closer and closer, Wolf is planning to hit the road and hope for the best.
I was going to strap my trailer down with big, huge ratchet straps, but I talked to some engineers and stuff, and it just can't handle the force of that wind.
Mandatory evacuations now in place on the barrier islands and homes in low-lying areas of Martin County.
We don't do these on the fly. We don't do these just so that we're not taking a chance. We do them because people in the industry have looked at models and charts and told us this is not a good area to be in. This is an unsafe area.
Emergency officials urging everyone to stay alert and heed the warnings.
The storm has drifted in this direction. It is not a monumental shift. It is a shift. It's a Category 5 hurricane. And as I've said earlier, God writes the script. We just have to find the grace to deal with it.
Through whatever it brings.
Saying some prayers, yeah. Seeing if the Lord will help me out there.
And as of tonight, 4 emergency shelters are open at schools here in Martin County. Again, zones A and B are now under those mandatory evacuation orders. Officials telling me they'll be looking at the models and how this storm progresses overnight to see if those need to be expanded. But for now, at Bathtub Beach, John Genovese, WPTV News Channel 5.
Our chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel, is tracking the storm, and every single move it makes, paying special attention to when it's going to turn. We're getting a lot of questions still on Facebook. A lot of people are wondering the timing of that. I think it's easier to handle the stress of everything if you kind of know, when am I in for the beginning?
Absolutely.
What's the middle and what's the end, and when am I going to be out of it?
And Steve, as part of that, Carol from Boynton asked really that question, saying, and we know you've expertly answered it for those of us, or those of you at home joining us, saying, if you look at the core of the storm, how far out from that would Category 5 winds extend, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, then tropical storm force? I think people are all accepting we're going to get some kind of belt, but they're wondering how significant a one.
Sure, and at the, we keep talking about the 185. Those are the strongest winds in the storm, and typically they're on the northern eye wall, right-hand side of the track, which would be in this area here. Now, the hurricane force winds stretch out 45 miles from the center, so from this area at 185, back down to 45 miles out where we hit 74, that is the hurricane force wind. So they drop off quickly. We drop off 100 miles an hour in speed here, just going out 45 miles. So the core, the eye wall, that core ring around the eye is where those 170 to 80 mile-an-hour winds are. They're located right at the very edge of that eye wall. And as you go out, it drops significantly, even though a Category 1 hurricane winds can be seen out almost 50 miles. That is significant, but there is a big drop there. Now, the tropical storm force winds, they go out 140 miles an hour. So from about 45 or 50 miles out, all the way back down to 140, we have those winds that are between about 40 to 70 miles an hour. And with the radar tonight picking up on some of those bands, each one of these could have some winds around 40 and 50 miles an hour. The squalls, not sustained winds, but wind gusts, and they pack a punch. We've been watching a few already work through. There's another one that's lined up from Stewart down 95, and a second one that's just off the coast. So these are the outer feeder bands. They're starting to arrive. The core of the storm still about 150 miles off the coast.
Steve, thank you so much.
All right, let's check in with Ann Sterling. She has been monitoring some video that's been coming in on social media and about the devastation in the Bahamas. Ann, what do you have?
Yeah, this video just coming into our newsroom. Let me move out of the way here. You can see it. We took it out of courtesy from Tracy Berry. We found it on Facebook, and you can see this is part of Bahamas. This video, again, just coming into our newsroom. Dramatic video, daylight video, so you can actually see what is going on as the storm was moving over the Bahamas, pounding the area. As you can see right here, trees just snapped away. It looks like the roof on this building at least staying put, and some of the patio furniture is still staying put, as you can see right here. But the winds, as you can see, stand no ground at all to the force of the wind that was battering this area. Daylight video just hitting Facebook, just coming into our newsroom right now, and we'll continue to monitor Facebook, any new videos that are coming into our newsroom, and bring that to you live.
some other areas as well. Really scary stuff, and a lot of people who can't reach people out on the island, so our hearts go out to you. And when we know more about anything Bahamas, we'll pass along.
And we know that aid efforts will be getting underway quickly, and as soon as we know about that, once this storm is completely clear of our region of the world, we'll be letting you know about that so that A, you can help, and B, we can keep you abreast of what's going on with friends and loved ones in the Bahamas.
All right, we're going to go back to Steve, correct? Toss to a break. We'll be back in a minute. Steve will be here in just a second. Exactly. Our corporate boss is here. Back with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian, and we want to bring back in Steve Weigel. If I can indulge you, Steve, and ask another Facebook question.
More questions. Okay.
Right, exactly. Some people worrying about Central Florida. And obviously we're going to focus on our 5-county viewing area, but they're wondering what will the likely effects be in Central Florida?
Yeah, it could make a closer approach, Daytona, along the coastline, anywhere east of Orlando. Some of the models have a landfall around the Cape, so areas of Central Florida will see some areas, I would say anyone east of Orlando toward the Cape and Daytona and back down around Melbourne. Those are areas that could see strong tropical storm force winds coming up on Tuesday. That seems to be the peak day as the storm starts to move north then. So it's certainly not out of the strongest winds. Well, out of the strongest winds, but not out of some damaging winds. Here's a look at the storm tonight, and I'll show you the track and just how close it does get to Central Florida. It's a little over 150 miles away from us, and I show this map because it shows, because of its enormous size, the tropical storm force winds stretch out 140 miles from the center, and the hurricane force winds stretch out almost 50. The storm, the center, the core, went over Abaco earlier and now is working into Grand Bahama. A landfall is imminent there on the eastern side of the Grand Bahama, and then unfortunately it looks like it's going to, the eye wall is going to just track right down the island and end up around West End tomorrow morning, and likely before sunrise or shortly after. You'll also notice this radar that the bands are working in across South Florida, the outer feeder bands, so some heavy rains popping up. And you don't want to get caught in any of this because it comes down in buckets. It's near zero visibility, gusty winds to 30, 40, maybe even stronger with those feeder bands, even the outer feeder bands. And there is a slight tornado threat too, so we're keeping an eye on that. There's the forecast. A new forecast track comes up at 11 o'clock tonight, but it has a Category 5 reaching the western side of Grand Bahama on Monday afternoon. That's when the turn is. So the critical time, the only critical time here, at least in the current scenario, is that turn from noon to about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow night. and then weakening just a little, wind shear taking hold. There's a trough also expected to be in this area to cut into it and weaken it a little bit, and then tracking up the east coast after that, eventually rolling up all the way into Hatteras on Wednesday and Thursday. So it moves quickly after that. There's a close-up view. So this shows that the Treasure Coast and parts of Palm Beach County are in the error cone. Everyone could experience tropical storm force winds though, and hurricane force winds. No one's really out of the threat here for the strong winds. We also have the closest approach to Palm Beach County will be tomorrow on this track, about 60 miles, 65 miles, and then on the Treasure Coast it's even closer, and that's why there is a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast and hurricane watch for Palm Beach County. It's a razor thin margin for getting stronger winds, and any adjustment to the west would bring in stronger hurricane force winds to the coastline, and that's why every mile counts, and that's why we'll be tracking it every mile of the way, because even an adjustment of 5 and 10 miles here will make a big difference in the wind speeds that we experience. Hurricane watch for Palm Beach County, hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast and the offshore waters. We have a tropical storm warning that is for Palm Beach County, and that tropical storm watch for the inland areas around the lake and anyone west of 441. So that Wellington and Loxahatchee, you're actually under tropical storm watch, not a warning, because of the breakdown of the wind field. And storms are updated this a little bit. So on the Treasure Coast, it's 4 to 7 feet, and we have 2 to 4 feet for that storm surge in Palm Beach County. The high tide times roughly around midnight and noon the next couple of days, and we have the king tides, which makes them extra high. So coastal flooding is a pretty good bet.
Steve, real quick, we've had a lot of questions coming into Facebook with people saying that they have to work tomorrow in Palm Beach County. When will it be unsafe to be in a car and out on our roads?
Well, it'll start to, I mean, in some of these feeder bands, it'll be unsafe to drive in them. And if you get caught in one, I would pull over and wait till it passes. It won't take long for that to happen. I think where the weather really starts to go downhill will be in the afternoon hours, when we start seeing not just the feeder bands and breaks, but the sustained winds around 40 to 50 miles an hour. That's when there is no let up from the wind. That's when the airports start to shut down and make cancellations. That's when some of the bridges are locked down. You can't travel back and forth. That's a critical time period, and that's likely to happen tomorrow afternoon. As far as I want to quickly show the computer model tracks. They bring it a little closer to Florida and then up the East Coast after that. So these are continually updating and watching through the evening for any changes, obviously, in those forecast tracks. And the probability of getting power outages, obviously tropical storm force winds will cause those. We're about 1 to 2 in Palm Beach County through Tuesday. That is on the low to medium level, and about the same on the Treasure Coast at this point, although these numbers could climb depending on the future track. I want to bring in James. He's got the radar. We're already starting to feel those rain bands, right, James?
We are. In fact, we got our first significant weather advisory of this system here. And first we're going to look at these ones. These blew through the Treasure Coast a little bit earlier. See right through Stewart there and Sailfish Point, and moving quickly down to the south. This is the cell we're talking about here. But I didn't want to leave out Fort Pierce. Just saw one. Now quickly moving west of Port St. Lucie. And this is the significant weather advisory right here for the cell that just entered Palm Beach County. And you can tell it's a little bit stronger because couple lightning strikes popping up with that. Wind gusts of 45 miles per hour just in this little cell here, and it's moving very, very quickly right in the farms. I was just showing you that before, and put a quick little tracker on it. Going to move into the acreage very, very quickly here in just a few minutes near the Lion Country Safari and Loxahatchee Grove area. A couple of minutes after that, not too long here, and then it'll quickly race down into the farmlands of Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge there too. And we're going to see these off and on. Boca and Delray, you just had one move through, but now you're okay at the moment, but there'll be more on the way. Live Viper 5 max temperatures are in the low 80s. It's so muggy and tropical and sultry out there. Here's another little main band right here, just lingering offshore. As the storm continues westward, that one will inch a little bit closer to us. So let's track these here as we go through the overnight hours. You see overnight, you get another one to kind of spin off of the main low pressure there right off the storm, and you see a couple of these spotty, quick little bursts of showers, and that in turn, 35, 45 mile per hour wind gusts with that, just like we saw right now. Another couple coming on shore in the morning in the Treasure Coast, and those will quickly push down to the south, and then you see as we get into the mid-morning and afternoon, like Steve was saying, gets a little bit closer. Things get a little bit more consistent as this gets a little bit closer here too. And we'll see generally the rain really start to pick up after that, and the winds start to pick up too. We're looking at in the morning, these are wind gusts, so we're not seeing a ton out there, but we're going to see things really go downhill midday tomorrow, peaking through overnight tomorrow, but hanging with us for a good 24 hours.
James, thank you so much. Of course, we're mindful that our 5-county region, just part of the area of this big state that's keeping a super close eye on what the eventual track is of Dorian.
That's right. Our Andrew Lofholm has been in Melbourne today. Let's check in with Andrew.
Our first stop here in Melbourne, right here on the beach. You can see the huge swells out here, way bigger than normal, and all the people coming out here just to take it in. Thankfully, nobody actually going in the water because you can see how choppy it is out there. Now, the area was just put under a hurricane warning not long ago, but it is in that cone of uncertainty. The current track of Dorian has it passing by sometime Tuesday, but right now a generally optimistic feeling out here from locals.
This is not usual, but we know that this is because of the hurricane, but we love to come out here just before the storm, just to enjoy the breeze and, enjoy the good weather. I mean, it's the calm before the storm, so we're trying to enjoy it.
Now, we're going to be stationed here in Melbourne throughout the entirety of the storm. Something we're keeping an eye on is the water service, especially here on the Barrier Island. It's something that's been known to break when big storms pass through. In Melbourne, Andrew Lofholm, WPTV News Channel 5.
Of course, South Florida, not the only area by far, as you just saw, preparing for Hurricane Dorian.
That's right. WPTV News Channel 5's Chris Stewart is along the Space Coast with what's being done there to prepare.
Here in Cocoa Beach, they are very aware of what a storm like Dorian can do. And while they're hopeful that this part of Florida will be spared in the coming days, with so much uncertainty about where this storm is going, what is certain is just how different a feel it is here than your typical Labor Day weekend.
Oh, Umbrella City, just an absolute zoo. That's why we don't come here on Labor Day.
There isn't much for Tom and Melissa Burns to do until Dorian, but sit and wait.
You just get prepared and hope for the best, and it's like a drop on a roller coaster. You know it's coming, and just go with it.
They pretty much had the water to themselves today. Much of this beach town is boarded up. Many of those who haven't left are making sure the rest is ready.
We're going to expect some damage, but if we can try to mitigate or control some of the damage.
Cindy Gentile is helping board up a friend's house just blocks from the beach.
This is a sitting duck. It's a bullseye right here.
She'll be here for the storm.
Obviously preparing for the worst, hoping for the best.
The kind of preparation Floridians like Sharon Smith.
This is Coco. She's definitely, she's all in too.
And her dog Coco have done before.
Our house is fully hurricane proofed, and it did about 120 a couple years ago.
Speaking of houses, Tom and Melissa closed on theirs here just 3 days ago.
Buying a house is stressful enough, but then once we got done with that, they forecasted it, and it was like, okay, so now a whole new chapter of stress.
They too have played the hurricane waiting game before.
Just hunker down and, enjoy our new house and hope it's still there after the storm.
And at this point, with boards and shutters up and much of this area shut down, that's all they can do until Dorian is passed. In Cocoa Beach, Chris Stewart, WPTV News Channel 5.
Preparations up and down our huge East Coast ahead of Dorian.
That's right, as they should be. Everybody should be on alert. Here's a question from Ira tonight. Steve will bring you in on this. And you can understand why people are asking this. Is the southern end of Palm Beach County out of the woods because it is out of the cone?
Yeah, great question. And that's one of those things that we're trying to get across with the cone. Even though you're out of the cone, you're not out of the threat for strong damaging winds. That would include tropical storm force winds and hurricane winds. There's a look at the storm tonight. And I'll bring up the cone here. It's about 155 miles away from our area, and you can see the tropical storm force winds stretch out 140. Let me get the cone in place here and show you with that current track. There it is there. So you can see from about Boynton Beach Boulevard, Boynton Beach down into Boca, Delray and Highland Beach, and even back around Belglade and Okeechobee out of the cone. But this cone is not, that doesn't stop the nasty weather and good weather. This is just an indication of where the center may be at a certain time. So that center point there may be somewhere in this area here. And because the storm is not a point, it's the winds stretch out 140 miles an hour. We could get, if it took this track, we could get tropical storm force winds out toward the west coast of Florida. So this is just, the cone is just really an indication of where the storm center may go, not where the actual bad weather is in the storm.
We'll continue to pose questions, and it's a wonderful tool we have that we always talk about. We didn't have, let's say, in 2004. We appreciate your input and our team, the best in the business, to help answer those questions that you have. So keep bringing them to us, and we'll keep getting them to our meteorological team, Steve and James and company. Let's go outside and see how things are going now.
That's right. News Channel 5's Jillian Idle is on Palm Beach to check out the conditions there. Jillian, how is it?
Well, Kelly, I want to show you right now the waves and wind are picking up just a bit, but I also want to note that there are quite a few people out here tonight, and we just got done talking to police officers here on the island. They are trying to get people to leave. They were under mandatory evacuation starting at 1 this afternoon, but like I mentioned, all day long we saw a lot of people coming over to the town of Palm Beach trying to get a glimpse of just what those waves were looking like. And they said that typically, whether we were under mandatory evacuations or not, this beach closes at sunset, and yet we see quite a bit of people out here. I want to see if we can send it over to some video we shot earlier this evening off of Worth Avenue. You can see that storefronts were boarded up. Also sandbags lining this area. Now, this is quite a popular shopping area, especially on a Sunday and on a holiday weekend, but it was a ghost town, as you can see in this video. And also, sandbags are not just along Worth Avenue, but several other areas throughout the town of Palm Beach. But like I mentioned, this is a mandatory evacuation zone, and that started at 1 this afternoon. They're asking people to leave the island also this evening. The cars in the parking lot here packed with people. We saw people taking photos and videos out here, but again, police are now walking this area with their flashlights and nicely asking people to leave ahead of Hurricane Dorian. But for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Jillian, thank you.
Let's go to Ann Sterling now. She is going to be in the newsroom as we were talking about the great tool with social media. And think about in years past when storms have gone to the Bahamas and say communication is knocked out. This is one way where some people are able to get either messages out, video out, let them know how they've fared.
And in some ways help speed the kind of aid that they will so desperately need by being able to get the word out, whether it's from a cell phone or other device. We're already in almost real time seeing the damage. Of course, help can't get there until the storm's completely clear, but once it is, those pictures help focus the response, and we know there'll be a big one from our community and others to help the devastated parts of the Bahamas.
Ann has been checking through the social media feeds in the newsroom. Ann, what do you have?
We've been saying it all night long, Kelly. This was a devastating and still is a devastating Cat 5 hurricane. This video just coming into our newsroom, we're getting it off Twitter, and you know, I apologize here, but this is the first time I'm seeing it with you, so I'm watching it with you live right now. But as you can see, cars upside down. This is video of the Abacos Island. Again, as you can see, hashtag Dorian here. This video, daylight video, and people are sending this video via social media. This is how we're getting a lot of our video. And again, first time I'm seeing this. One of the videos, you see the dog running around there, probably wondering what's going on with the winds at 185 miles per hour when it hit the Bahamas. I just read an article up to 24 inches of rain in some areas. Let's go up here and see what else we can see. This is some of the damage still coming into our newsroom right now. Again, posted on Twitter here as we continue to look for the hashtag Dorian. And you can see the destruction and the damage here. This was and is still a slow-moving storm as we continue to listen to Steve Weigel. And a lot of the rain you can see back here, the truck's still standing in the right position, but this is the damage coming in. Let's keep going down. We're getting into some of the areas now where they're still forecasting and they're talking about where the storm is right now. And we'll get Steve, our expert here, telling us the latest with that. But again, this video just coming in. We are monitoring Instagram, monitoring Twitter and Facebook. As soon as we get some of this video, we'll bring it to you live.
Be back in a minute. All right, I want to take a look at the current tracks for this and also take a close-up look at the hurricane as it moves closer to South Florida. And the reason why we have to watch this one. It has a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast and a hurricane watch for Palm Beach County. Its closest approach to Palm Beach County will be on Monday, and on the Treasure Coast it'll be Monday night and Tuesday. Here's the wider view and the current conditions. 185-mile-an-hour winds moving west at 5. It slowed down its forward speed late today. The pressure has risen a little to 915. And it's going to take a lot more than that to change the speed of this thing. And there's the forecast track taking it across the northern end of Grand Bahama, and then that turn between about noon and 6 p.m. on Monday. That's a critical time, and then tracking up the East Coast after that, but very close to the coastline. And one of the reasons, one of several, that we have the hurricane watches and warnings in effect right now. And if you take a look at the radar, you can still see lots of lightning surrounding the eye of this. The eye is about 10 miles wide, and the outer feeder bands are already starting to work in through South Florida too, a big band there. So if you've been through storms in the past, you know that the feeder bands work in. They move very quickly, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. They have the threat for tornadoes. They also have heavy downpours. We do not need any more rain, and we're not expecting a lot of rain from this storm, but locally in these big downpours we could pick up a quick couple inches of rain and 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in some of the cells too. So there's one moving through Jupiter Farms and down toward Wellington. There's a second one just off the coast that'll pull in. The core winds, those winds above 100 miles an hour, are expected to stay offshore at this point. It is moving away from Marsh Harbor and Hopetown and in toward Grand Bahama, and that track takes it, as I said, in toward West End later tomorrow with a turn. So there's Tuesday 2 a.m. So this is like a 12-hour position here as it continues to make that turn up and paralleling the East Coast. And all of the Treasure Coast and most of Palm Beach County in that cone. Here's a better view because I know that map is just too small to read. There is, so we'll break it down here. There's 2 p.m. tomorrow, and then there is Tuesday 2 a.m. That is not very far. This essentially stalls on the western tip of Grand Bahama and sits there for 12 hours for all intents and purposes, and then starts to lift after that. And some of the new computer models coming in that didn't show it earlier are starting to show it now. So a hurricane watch in effect for Palm Beach County and a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast and offshore. And we have a tropical storm warning, winds over 39 miles an hour for Palm Beach County, and a tropical storm watch. So tropical storm force winds are possible, sustained winds for the interior of our viewing area. And a storm surge, a lot of people asking about that. It'll continue to pick up. The peak flooding threat times will be around midnight and around noon. That's when our high tide times are. We have the king tides this weekend and early next week, Monday and Tuesday. So about 2 to 4 feet above, and a surge of 4 to 7 possible on the Treasure Coast as the storm moves closer. And that 4 to 7 is more on Tuesday as the storm makes its closest approach to the Treasure Coast at that point. The computer model tracks, and they're starting to update, are showing, again, that turn taking place, but still some showing a landfall just to the north around the Cape, and then moving north after that. So at least we don't have any tracks that are pushing into South Florida. That doesn't mean it won't happen. It just means that the computer model guidance is still suggesting that there's a weakness here, and the storm has the ability to find that and move north. And there's also a trough back to the west that is expected to pick it up too. But it covered a lot of hurricanes, and even watching this one in the last last 7 to 10 days, it hasn't followed all the rules. It certainly hasn't followed the rules since Friday when it became a Category 5 hurricane. So we're watching it closely, and of course we'll let you know if any changes take place through the evening.
Anna, you just were reading my mind about the rules it hasn't followed, starting with, have you ever seen one of this size and scope that is essentially been nearly drifting out there for a while? And talk about that as you take us back over the last week, how this has really turned spaghetti models into pretzels at some points.
Yeah, I think a lot of people use the computer model guidance as some sort of exact forecast out the next 5 to 6 days. That's not the case. And people often ask, well, is there better models than others? There are some models that perform better than others, like the European and the GFS. I'll show you the computer models here. But with this storm, computer models do a very good job on Category 1 and 2 hurricanes. They don't do a great job on tropical storm tracks or strong, intense hurricanes. They like kind of the middle of the road type of storm, and this one could create some issues if it stalls or slows down even more, because it becomes more uncertainty in the future forecast track when that happens. We like to see at least some forward motion, and this storm has the threat of stalling or near stalling over West End for about 12 hours tomorrow.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. We'll get back with you in just a few moments. We were just on Palm Beach a few moments ago. Jillian Idle was showing us that the police were trying to escort people off the island. It is a mandatory evacuation area. Let's go down farther south to Boynton Beach, and Miranda Christian, who's going to join us live right now, tell us what it's like right now in Boynton. Miranda?
Yes, and we're in Briny Breezes, which is just east of Boynton Beach, just across the Intercoastal, their little community just on the other side of the Intercoastal. And today we were also with police as they were going around and making sure everybody knew about this evacuation order. They were going around in their car, going door to door, making sure everybody knew that they were in the evacuation zone. So right now this is Briny Breezes. You can see a lot of these homes here have their shutters up, they're boarded up, and these are mobile homes. So these are the type of homes that the construction would not stand up against a hurricane. So these are the type of people who need to evacuate right now. So as I was saying, we went around with Boynton Beach police and they were making sure everybody knew that they needed to leave as soon as possible. And as Steve was just saying, king tide, this is one of the areas that was seeing it earlier today. The water was actually over the sidewalk here, and the sidewalk was wet earlier when we were here. So already high water, and this is an area that we are told that floods during the storms. So there's already concern about added storm surge causing more flooding in this area. So of course police really want to make sure people are paying attention to this evacuation order and they're getting out as soon as possible. We had several people ask us today how late they can leave tomorrow before the bridges close. And I did reach out to the city and the fire department. And they said once those wind speeds start picking up around 50 miles an hour is when they can no longer respond to things. So that's when people really need to keep in mind that if this storm comes through and those winds start picking up, that first responders can't get to you on the barrier island. So they were asking people, if you're still here tonight and planning on evacuating, to get out as soon as you can tomorrow morning. But it was great to see most people had their place shuttered up and they were planning on leaving late tonight or early tomorrow morning. But police said it was great to see that so many people were taking this storm seriously. A lot of people let their guard down yesterday when Boynton Beach was kind of out of the cone there for a little bit. And then we were back in. So a lot of people were still taking it seriously. Of course, police were going around and making sure everybody in this evacuation zone knew that they needed to leave. Reporting live in Boynton Beach, I'm Miranda Christian, WPTV News Channel 5.
It is now 8:44 and we'll have more coverage right after this. we want to pass along some information just being released by Florida Power and Light. In fact, just tweeting just a short time ago, and I should be able to read it. Sorry, you guys are going to have to drop that lower third so I can see. Our meteorologists continue to monitor Dorian, and we urge our customers to prepare for extended power outages and to take this seriously. They talked in another tweet down below. Don't be alarmed if you get an automated call from us. We are reaching out with some storm prep information before Dorian arrives.
That's why we call Kelly Eagle Eye, because I'm squinting here and she could read it from 200 yards away.
We don't have anything real close to us, so I'm like, what?
On a serious note, though, they've spent many millions of dollars over the past 10 years, certainly after the 2004 hurricanes and certainly after Wilma. They spent tons of money, literally, on hardening infrastructure, and they've built smart systems into the power grid, so they should have a much better sense. First, they hope to have more resiliency, but they're going to be power outages. But second, able to tell where the outages are and to move in on those zones, those neighborhoods, those regions. And so calling them generally is not going to matter. It's not going to speed things up because they have a system now that is much more adept, they say, being able to know where the outages are, move in on them, and then we'll be able, through FPL, to give you an idea in terms of recovery times. Remember, the storm has to pass before it happens, but they're hoping all that investment pays off in storms like this.
No one appreciates electricity more until a hurricane goes through and you don't have one.
And you, as you always do, so eloquently talked when we were with Sheriff Bradshaw about first responders. In their own right, these 16,000 people, including many directly working with FPL, are among the first responders. So salute them in the days to come, because they'll be out morning, noon, and night. And there's nothing like a utility truck pulling up if you've been out of power.
Right, or a convoy that you see coming down the highway.
Cavalry
You know they're on their way.
has come over the horizon, so
exactly.
give them a big salute. We hope they won't be mostly needed, but they're saying we're going to have outages, we're going to have to deal with it. So tonight, also a story of neighbors helping neighbors as Hurricane Dorian approaches.
Jason Greenhour picks up the story from Fort Pierce this evening.
3 emergency shelters are now open here in Fort Pierce. There are mandatory evacuations here on the barrier island, and the bridges will be closing as soon as wind speeds top 45 miles per hour. But as people here along the Treasure Coast prepare for the uncertainty that is Dorian, that's not stopping them from lending a helping hand.
Francis, Jean, Wilma, Irma, Matthew.
Jennifer Ford has been through this before. She's also done this before.
Use it as a drill bit.
So when she finished boarding up at her job at a gas station,
Seeing they were over here doing this, so I came over to see if they needed any help. That's how I was raised. You help one another.
despite the uncertainty of this monster Category 5 storm.
We don't know if it's gonna come or if it's gonna go or what's gonna happen. I'm just trying to do what I gotta do to prepare for everything.
Which is exactly what local law enforcement is preaching.
I want it to turn just as much as anybody else does, but we need to be prepared in case it doesn't turn. This is it's a big storm. It's an intense storm. It's as intense as I've seen since I've been in Florida.
Reporting in Fort Pierce, I'm Jason Greenhour, WPTV News Channel 5.
The sobering reality of that off our shore lurking into the night. We've already seen what it's done to parts of the Bahamas and keeping the closest eye perhaps we ever have on the track of Hurricane Dorian.
And some of those very early bands already starting to come through. All right, Ann Sterling has been checking social media tonight, and we just had the Twitter from Florida Power and Light. This is a good way to keep up with the city in which you live, a neighborhood, friends, obviously family, people out of state, but it's a good way to get some information. Let's see, Ann, what have you found?
Yeah, we have been monitoring Twitter. That's where we're at right now. This is our page right here, and we just put this out, a new picture. This is a 7-Eleven in Wellington. As you can see, they are putting their shutters up, and they're not taking any chances putting the shutters up ahead of the storm. I live in Wellington, and I call it the Publix near the amphitheater. They put up, many of the other stores in that area put up shutters too as well in Wellington. Right here, this is the staging area. I think you just showed a similar video, but this is the picture coming out from FPL, ready to respond to power outages across the state. And you can see the convoy of trucks ready to go once the storm passes. And what happens with the power outages? They are ready to go ahead and try to restore the power as quickly as possible. I just went ahead and reset that there and then made it bigger. This is the thing with live TV. So we'll go back. We had another picture that was coming in from Vero Beach, and that was from earlier from one of our reporters. Let me see if I can get it. here. Here we go. This is from Matt Cesney reporting this just about 45 minutes ago. Vero Beach, this is what it looks like right now. Some of his video coming in. He says the wind is suddenly strengthening. The rain is starting. So we're starting to see some of the effects of this storm coming in, at least in the Vero Beach area. We'll continue to monitor Instagram. We're getting a lot of messages from Instagram too. So my next time that I see you, hopefully we'll get some of those shots up for you, as many of our viewers on Instagram want to send us the videos and also sending us comments about what they're seeing too.
And Vero Beach, mindful of the outer feeder bands that Steve talked about that we could expect and are now seeing. We want to continue going outside to see how things are developing.
Let's go back to Jillian Idle on Palm Beach. Jillian?
Well, Kelly, Michael, right now we are on Worth Avenue. If you're just joining us, we were off of South Ocean Boulevard near the beach. That's where police were asking people to kindly leave after the beaches closed at 8 this evening. But I want to show you some places like this gallery here in Palm Beach getting creative with all their supplies. They're writing, "Dorian, please be gentle, very gentle." And then if you look inside their storefront, you can see they've gone ahead and wrapped up a lot of their artwork in here. And then just take a look further down Worth Avenue and you can see these sandbags now lining the sidewalk here, protecting a lot of these storefronts. And then just across the street, we're also seeing more plywood. And then this Brooks Brothers here also has some sandbags. Now, I understand that a lot of these stores are typically closed on a Sunday, so it's not always the busiest up and down Worth Avenue. On Saturdays, they see a lot of activity. Sundays, not so much. But again, it's even quieter out here tonight with Hurricane Dorian potentially approaching this area. Again, we have seen several police officers here from the town of Palm Beach asking people to either go home if they're residents here or to nicely leave the area. They are under mandatory evacuations here. That started at 1 this afternoon. But of course, we'll continue to monitor this situation, bring you the very latest on air, but online at WPTV.com. But for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio. But I'm Jillian Idle reporting live in the town of Palm Beach.
Good to see the streets quiet, empty.
That's right. We don't like to go too long before we bring back in our chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel. And someone on Facebook said just a short time ago, he's still fully clothed. So far, so good. Yeah. He hasn't taken the jacket off or rolled the sleeves up or
no,
or
stay fully clothed.
Yeah, he keeps us calm.
We're still good. We're still good.
But thank you
I'm
for
serious. They did.
I tell you what, though, he is Iron Man along with James Wheeland and as Steve will be the first to say, an entire behind-the-scenes team of meteorologists backing them up. So we thank you for all you're doing. We hang on every word, as we know you at home do as well. Steve?
Yeah, and we have a great team here, and we are working hard to help you keep track of the storm and what to expect as we go through the overnight and into Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, this is a monster hurricane that is not very far away from South Florida, and it is headed in this direction, although it is still expected to make a turn toward the northwest on Monday. It's a little bit later in the day. It's afternoon and into the early evening on Monday, but it is still expected to make that turn, and some of the outer bands are already starting to be felt in our viewing area on the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County, and that will just continue to intensify tomorrow too. The size of the storm, enormous, and it has been utter destruction, unfortunately, in some of the Bahamian Islands, the Abacos, where it moved through earlier today, made landfall on Hopetown around 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It continues to track toward the west, and on that general motion, we'll bring it around West End heading into tomorrow. Looks like late tomorrow and into early Tuesday, and it could stall briefly. About 150 miles off our coastline at the present time. The hurricane force winds stretch out 45. Tropical storm force winds stretch out 140. And the outer bands, those outer feeder bands, there's one right there that's pulling through, and a second one just off the coast by about 10 miles that could make it in the next hour. They're moving very quickly. They have heavy rain. They don't last long, but they also contain some 40, maybe 50 mile an hour wind gusts, and there is a slight tornado threat. There's usually not typically a high tornado threat on the western side of the track, but earlier we saw several tornado warnings for Florida, not in our area, but on the west coast, so that's the concern that we may see more. There's the track, so we have a Category 5, there's 2 p.m. on Monday. This is a critical time. This is the only critical time left for us, where it is expected to make that turn. It's going to be very slow, though. I say noon into 6 p.m., but I suspect it's going to be more of a 12-hour time period because it really slows down here, because this is 12 hours and it moves about 30 miles maybe. It doesn't move very far, and then it starts to lift north after that. And it's about 50 to 60 miles off the coast at this position on Tuesday, and also northern and eastern Palm Beach County on a Monday afternoon, and then it tracks north after that, way up in off the Carolina coastline. But here's a close-up look. So the Treasure Coast and the error cone and part of Palm Beach County, this may be adjusted at the 11 o'clock update. The new computer models are coming in, and they still indicate that turn eventually toward the northwest at late Monday and early Tuesday. But even with that track, any shift, and let's say that turn is delayed by a few hours, even if it's 4, 5, 6 hours, that brings this storm on its current, it's moving 5 miles an hour, so it brings it in, 20, 30 miles closer to us, and there's too much of a razor thin margin here for stronger winds. So any closer and the winds become much stronger, and that's why we have to watch this closely. Hurricane watch for Palm Beach County, hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast, tropical storm warning for Palm Beach County, and we have the tropical storm watch for the interior. That would include Wellington and Loxahatchee and Belle Glade and Okeechobee, and storm surge 2 to 4 feet on the Palm Beach County side, and 4 to 7 on the Treasure Coast, where the storm is expected to get a little closer, and we are also expecting those high tide times around noon and midnight, roughly. I mean, check your local tide times, but they do vary, but generally noon and midnight, and king tides going on, so that makes the tide level a little bit higher too. We've had some feeder bands already arrive, and I want to bring in James because these have some rain with them, James, and some strong winds too.
Yeah, for sure. Even though the sustained winds aren't all that strong at the moment, inside any of these little cells, these squalls that move on in, they can pack a punch. In fact, this one right here, significant weather advisory with this one, with 45-mile-per-hour winds as this quickly raced from pretty much Hobe Sound in Martin County, went through Jupiter Farms, all the way down to Wellington now, or past Wellington in the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. That all took about 10 minutes for it to do that. Put a tracker on here, but there's no cities down there in the refuge there, but maybe just clipped Wellington, that's about all. Up to the north on the Treasure Coast, had that one quick one move through Port St. Lucie, through Indiantown, now moving over the lake there, and a little bit farther up, that quick one that moved through Fort Pierce and St. Lucie Village. Farther up, though, Florida Ridge, Vero Beach, you had this one blast on through. Some gusty winds with that, 35-plus miles an hour as it moves now right over I-95, and that will continue off towards the more rural areas there, pushing off to the west. It may clip Okeechobee if it gets that far. We have another band that's just offshore right now. This one will probably stay offshore, but as the storm gets closer, those will start to pick up in number and intensity, and also the coverage of them too. So watch Vipercast. We're going to go through time here. So this is the overnight hours, and you see kind of a band move through there, another one in the morning hours, and then we get a few more that quickly push on through off and on. This is Monday around 3 o'clock, so we can expect some tropical storm force winds at this time, a Monday late afternoon or so, and then the squalls and those feeder bands that come through are just going to pick up the wind and the rain blowing sideways. And then as we get to Monday night, this will probably be a very strong feeder band that moves on through all the way through the Treasure Coast, and it kind of pinwheels around the storm. As we get into later in the day, or later in the night, we'll continue to see those come through one after another, and they could pack tropical storm force winds and possibly even hurricane force winds as it stretches up closer to the Treasure Coast.
All right, James, thank you very much. We're approaching the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. Jay Cashmere here alongside my colleague Shannon Cake, taking you through our Hurricane Dorian coverage as we begin the preparation stage. The critical hours set to come right now. Of course, tomorrow we've been talking about the deteriorating conditions. Now's the time to get those last-minute preparations done if you haven't already.
We were just doing a live Facebook feed hit and chatting with some viewers who had a lot of questions. So in these next 2 hours, we're going to try to take some of those questions and pose them to our meteorologists and get them answered for you. So stay tuned to us right here. We're going to be also visiting, as Michael and Kelly have for the last 2 hours, with members of our crews. We're spread out all across our viewing area, and there are varying conditions that are expected in various parts of our viewing area. We want to start tonight in Boca Raton, one of the areas that has kind of been in and out of the cone.
That's right. Jeff Rusak is live there at Boca Raton to tell us more about the conditions there. Jeff.
Yeah, we're here at South Point Pavilion in Boca Raton. We've talked to a lot of people today about how they're getting ready. Obviously, it's not the hurricane warning here, but the hurricane watch, nonetheless, still really important to take this storm incredibly seriously. It's hard to imagine that just right out there into the black abyss a bit there, but it is a huge storm doing so much damage. And that damage that people saw in the Bahamas, they saw those videos that we've been sharing all day, and that really kind of kicked things up into another gear for them today. Yesterday, you know, maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief that, hey, maybe we dodged a bullet, but knowing how strong this storm got and how close it really is right now and how close it could be, they're really taking this storm seriously here. We talked to a couple surfers out there today. They were pretty psyched to get in the water today and really enjoy some of these waves. I talked to one guy who says he plans to be out there tomorrow. You know, maybe not the best idea, but that's something he wants to do. Talked to other people. You know, they were still digging up sand. They were trying to get all the sand they could get in some sandbags and get it ready in their house, just in case with all the water that we could get from rain. So they're really worried about that and trying to, you know, get ready for this storm. That it's so hard to believe how powerful that storm is, just right out there into the Atlantic Ocean. I'm Jeff
Rusak from Boca Raton tonight. And Jay and I were saying before we came on set, we're part of Team Turn. Yeah. So we hear Jeff talking there, and we know that we're expecting the turn, but of course we have to stay vigilant and cover it minute by minute, because any slight change in that path, that expected turn, could be devastating for us here.
That'll be critical, and all the elements that we've seen, the track runs that are coming. Are expecting another one from the National Hurricane Center at 11 o'clock tonight. Of course, all this provides so many details, the critical data that we need, that our meteorologists look at and study, and we give you, critical to what will come over the next 6 hours, 5 hours until we get that next update. On this, the next few tracks are going to be so imperative right now. Absolutely. Because the detrimental time is right now, because it's getting so close to the coastline, and any little shift one way or the other, we're talking 10, 15, 20 miles, as we talked about, can make a difference in a Category 1 or a Category 4 storm on top of us.
And in that vein, we're really hoping that at this point, and what you've heard in the last couple of hours of our forecasting and our weather team talking with you, is that we're hoping that your preparations are nearing an end, that tomorrow we're already seeing some of these conditions deteriorate out there, and as sporadic as they may be, you just never know when it's going to crop out. And getting up on a ladder tomorrow midday is not what you should be doing. Those preps really need to be done in this very narrowing window right now, and we need to be in place.
We have time right now to spare. Time to do that, but time is dwindling as we speak. We're getting a lot of video in too, as we just saw Jeff outside in Boca Raton. This is video in from an area called the Cove Palm Beach. It was taken this morning, but the person who sent it to us says this boat has been in the water for a few days right now. They're certainly worried after the storm that it could break apart and become an even bigger mess. And I know from a lot of the video that's come in over in the Bahamas right now, it's an absolute mess, the destruction, the devastation. Ann is in the newsroom right now looking through social media and everything coming through right now.
Ann?
We continue to look at Twitter right now. I wanted to show you, this is an incredible picture here. We just posted it 21 seconds ago, in fact. Sun's out. This is from the NOAA Hurricane Hunters. We know they're hard at work, snapping this incredible picture of the sun shining inside, they say, the eye of Hurricane Dorian. So there you go. You see the picture right here, and what a beautiful shot in a devastating storm. Let's move down a little bit closer. You can see another new video coming in from the Bahamas. This is what we're calling punishing wind and rain as Hurricane Dorian makes landfall in the Bahamas. Another vantage point, if you will. You can see the trees, what this 185-mile-per-hour winds are doing to these trees. Someone that is obviously decided not to evacuate, to stay put, taking video of this from their porch right there. We'll move up. Once this again is in Wellington, the 7-Eleven in Wellington, not taking any chances, putting up the shutters. There are a lot of stores. I live in Wellington. A lot of stores in Wellington doing the exact same thing with messages to Doreen. Leave us alone. Stay clear of us if you can. I was out earlier earlier today getting some groceries and saw the shutters going up in the, I call it the Publix near the amphitheater, the Wellington Amphitheater, all the little stores. There's a hair cutting station there. There's a nail place there. All these little stores putting up their shutters today. We'll continue to monitor what's going on social media right here on Twitter, also on Instagram, and also on Facebook. Jay, Shannon, back to you.
Heeding the warnings. The businesses are and homeowners are as well.
Always good to see, not just along the coastline, but inland in Wellington as well, boarding up. Whether you're hunkering down or evacuating, WPTV has you covered everywhere. Take your Roku, your Fire Stick, or Apple TV devices with you and make sure to download the WPTV mobile app. We'll be streaming our live coverage, keeping you informed of the storm every step of the way.
And remember, WPTV, we will be on the air if and when your power goes out. So if you look at your screen right now, grab a pen and paper and jot down these radio stations and program your old-fashioned radio, battery-operated radio, to these coordinates right here that you see on your screen. If you do need to go to your radio to hear our broadcast, you can listen to us right here on these radio stations, all the way from Palm Beach County to the Treasure Coast.
If the conditions get bad, this could be your lifeline. This and our WPTV mobile app, WPTV.com. All investment, all good resources for you right now to have.
We want to go live. We're not sure if the governor is at the podium quite yet. Is he speaking? Oh, of VOSOT, I understand. Okay, so earlier today, the governor's been all over the place today, and he's held a number of briefings. He's really getting the message out. You need to stay alert. You need to be listening to law enforcement and really stay tuned into media, too.
That's right. The governor, like so many of us, monitoring all the developments of this storm. Resources are available statewide to help families potentially impacted by Dorian. That includes thousands of National Guard members who are ready to assist.
Listen to their local authorities and have an evacuation plan ready if you are ordered to evacuate. Safety comes first, and you don't want to mess with a storm that is going at 185 miles per hour.
Earlier today, the governor suspended tolls on 9 highways as Hurricane Dorian approaches Florida.
I was listening to that briefing and I jotted this down because it was right around the time that Steve Weigel had said this is razor thin. You know, the margin of error here in terms of getting just tropical storm force winds or something much more significant is just a razor thin edge. And the governor said earlier today during that briefing, it is perilously close to our state. It could have major impact to us like that. So that is Steve Weigel. That's how razor thin it is.
I would say a shift of 20 miles would make a huge difference in the wind speeds we start to feel, Shannon. We're pretty much guaranteed the tropical storm force winds Monday and Tuesday, but any shift toward the west, we're talking like 15, 20, 25 miles, and we get into a big threat with the hurricane force winds. Now near the center, that's where we have the winds at 185 miles an hour, and typically on the right side of the track. So this area right here, and they drop off quickly out 45 miles. That's the extent of the hurricane force winds, but tropical storm force winds now stretch out 140 miles from the center. So that wind field is expanding. Not surprised, but it is expanding, and it probably will expand a little more on Monday as it starts to make that turn. It's about 150 miles off our coast. There's a breakdown of the hurricane and the tropical storm force winds and the radar tonight. You can see the outer bands already arriving to South Florida. These will dump a quick inch of rain in spots and could cause some localized flooding, but they'll also bring a little bit of a tornado threat, although usually the western side of a track like this isn't too significant, but we did have earlier tornado warnings to the west, so we're keeping an eye on that, and we're also keeping an eye on the gusty winds that pop up out of these too. The forecast track, which will be updated at 11 o'clock tonight, has a powerful hurricane moving across Grand Bahama overnight and tomorrow, and by tomorrow late in the day, we'll end up around West End in Grand Bahama, roughly 60 miles off our coast. The latest GFS coming in the last few minutes indicates that it's matching up with this official forecast, and there's a near stalled category 4 or 5 hurricane over West End for about 12 hours. It moves very slowly for 12 hours as it makes that turn and eventually moves northwest. And I'll tell you, we were just checking out the latest computer models. We are going to get beach erosion, perhaps like we've never seen before, should this verify. This is going to be a tremendous event along the coastline. I think we're going to see water inundating some coastal roads that haven't seen that situation before. And obviously there are other areas that are much more susceptible, but I suspect the waves are going to create some serious issues for us, even on this track, even more so on this track, Monday and Tuesday. And then it lifts up to the northeast after that, as weakening to a Category 3. There's a close-up look at the track, because this is what we really are concerned about. And then the next 48 hours with this. See, there's a 12-hour time period right there, and look at how much smaller that is. So that's the distance in 12 hours, and then it picks up speed and almost doubles or triples the distance again. Critical time. It's going to be painfully slow too, at least 12 hours, making that slow turn toward the northwest. And James, we were talking about the wave heights just a few minutes ago. I worry about our beaches. I mean, this is an epic beach erosion situation that's shaping up.
Yeah, massive wave heights expected across the area, and it's just that prolonged time. It'd be one thing if it just flew in, we got big waves, and then it was gone. It's just going to sit there, and just the beaches are going to continue to take a pounding and take a pounding, and I think we may even see some wash through on some of the barrier islands. Now, let's go through time here of the wave heights, and look at this getting close. Look at this black dot here. Those are seas 20 to 35 feet out in the Gulf Stream. That's where it'll be biggest. We'll still get big waves along the coast. You see the purples reach all the way down the coast, and we'll stop this here at 1 a.m. because this is about the peak, I think, of the wave action, even though it hangs around for a while. But that's right at the king tide, high tide. Like Steve was saying, it's right around midnight and noontime. So there's the one high tide cycle. There's another high tide cycle, and you still see those seas 25 to 35 feet actually moved up a little bit, but still, since it's just stalled out there, this will be piling all this water in. So not only the wave action, that wind just pushes the water down too. Finally, by time we get to Wednesday and Thursday, things start to relax and the water goes out. The wind's more southwest anyways. That'll help blow it all away and recede to normal time. So we do have a storm surge, and we could see even 2 to 4 feet in some areas of the Palm Beaches here, and on the Treasure Coast could even get up to 6 feet in some areas. And it's not just along the coast. It's the intracoastal. It's up any rivers and tributaries anywhere, especially down into Stewart and Port St. Lucie. It could go all the way up the rivers there, and this surge will be pushing in here for a couple of high tide cycles, a good 24 hours or so. Now, we had a Facebook question that said, well, what is storm surge? What is it all about? Well, we have the normal sea level time. Then we get all this wind and wave action blowing on in. That raises the ocean up to a surge level here. The wind continues stronger, and that ocean raises up a little bit farther. There's 3 feet. A little bit farther, there's 6 feet. And we could actually see some of this on the Treasure Coast if it gets closer. Of course, the houses close to the beach are not that high, so some of that water could make it into some of the houses there. And I think we have a lot of low-lying roads south of Hutchinson Island, South Hutchinson Island. We have some areas like near Bathtub Beach where it's just road and water on each side. We could see some of that wash away. We could see South Palm Beach where it's real low-lying there. We could also see some issues there too. So it's going to be very dangerous on the barrier islands here. And I know I have a lot of my surfer buddies saying, hey, the waves are going to be epic. You can't go in the water in this. This one's just too close for us this time. If it was farther offshore, that would have been great, but this is too dangerous, too close to us this time. Just going to have to wait for the next one.
Right. James, we appreciate that. Was Paula on our Facebook Live asking that question. So if you have some questions you'd like to pass along to our meteorologists, hit us up on Facebook, Twitter. We'll pass them along to James and Steve here in studio, right here in this broadcast.
And we want to make this interactive with you as we go through the night. We've been trying to incorporate all of your questions too into our broadcast and our programming. So feel free at any point in time, send us those questions. A lot of people are sending in videos as well. I had the chance to scope a lot of these videos earlier from people, some Facebook friends who had contacted people in the Bahamas, sent video to us, and the video coming out of the Bahamas is absolutely devastating. Ann is in the newsroom going through social media right now and had a chance to preview some of those, and we'll bring some of them to us. Ann?
Yeah, Jay, we want to remind you, we do have reporters here up and along the coast, all the way down to Boynton Beach, Delray Beach, all the way up the coast, up to Cocoa Beach, Vero Beach. Matt Cesney, in fact, is in Vero Beach. He just posted this about an hour ago now, but you can see some of the outer bands just coming through in Vero Beach. Sorry about that. Here we go. This is live, and this is some of the winds coming through right now. Jay, you were talking about the Bahamas. Let's get to that video, some of the video coming into our newsroom. This is what it looks like in the Bahamas. You can see the devastation here. This is a storm, a Category 5 storm, 185-mile-per-hour winds. You can see that boat could not even bear the brunt of this storm here. The rain. I'm reading article after article, and I am monitoring social media. People are talking about how much water is actually hitting the Bahamas. I read up to 12 inches. In some places, they're saying it could be up to 24 inches, and you can see what this storm has actually done to these beautiful islands here. Again, we'll continue to monitor all these videos. This is the video, new video from the Bahamas coming into our newsroom. We'll continue to monitor Twitter, Facebook, and also Instagram. As you can see, the devastation, that car right there completely turned upside down from 185-mile-per-hour winds. Jay and Shannon, we'll send it back to you, but I'll see you in just a couple of minutes with more video from our team of crews up and along the Florida coast.
Absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, it certainly is. All the video coming in just indicative of the same nature, the 185-mile-per-hour winds gusting over to 220 miles per hour. Those are the reports we're getting, and as Steve mentioned, just will sit there over the next 24 hours, taking that slow track, creating a lot of other issues like beach erosion and whatnot for us as well. We talked to Rosie Lopez in North Eleuthera in the Bahamas by phone as Hurricane Dorian's powerful feeder bands passed over her home. She says she didn't experience a direct hit, but she did experience tropical storm force winds. Let's hear what she had to say.
It's pretty ugly right now. We're like in the outer bands. The surf's really, really rough and high right now. The wind's blowing. I've lost a few trees out back and in the front. And I thought it'd be over by now, but we've been getting hit all night. And I think we lost power sometime between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. Praying for the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama, because I can't even imagine that storm hitting here at that strength.
We've also seen reports in the Abaco Islands, as reported, there are torn roofs, as you saw what Ann showed us, cars flipped over, just everything sort of shattered and splintered, and then the storm surge that just is wreaking havoc in the Bahamas.
So just like you at home, you are at home, you're preparing. Hopefully you're mostly prepared for the storm. We are also here at News Channel 5. We are prepared as well. Our crews are coming in, many of them sleeping here, our storm team sleeping here. So we are here for you. We are ready to ride this storm out, and we are going to be, just like we have so many times before, right alongside you. We're going to do this together. We're back in a moment.
I want to welcome you back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian as we move through the preparation stage, which will eventually turn into the duration stage, and then, of course, the aftermath as we see where will this storm go. That's the big question tonight. when will the turn happen, which is absolutely critical. That's to come. There are a lot of key elements set to come overnight and in the early morning.
And with every track, it seems we get some glimmer of new information that might suggest what this thing is going to do, for goodness sake. I mean, we know you're just as frustrated as we are.
The man with all the answers. Let's bring him in, meteorologist Steve Weigel. Steve, tell us more right now about really the positioning as we speak, and as you're so good at this in these elements, reading all the data that comes in. Right now, that turn is critical here. What are you looking at? What are you seeing here?
Yeah, that term is really the only critical time left for us, and that'll happen this time tomorrow. About this time tomorrow, it should start, or shortly before. It's about 153 miles away from South Florida and moving toward the west, but it is still forecast to turn northwest later Monday and into Tuesday. The tricky part here is that it's painfully slow. It's slowing down now. It's expected to get slower, and by the time we get into Monday night, it may be midnight before we have a really good idea that it's actually made or starting to make that turn. So it's been moving due west for about 2 days now at least, and tracking now across Grand Bahama. Looks like a landfall will happen in, I would say, the next half hour. Landfall is technically not when the eye wall hits land, it's when the center of the storm makes land, and you can see that has not happened yet, but it is pretty close to that. It has to be an amazing night across the eastern side of Grand Bahama. And unfortunately, they're going to be in the eye wall of this hurricane for an extended period of time. And it may be even longer, because once it makes it into around the western end or west end of Grand Bahama, it is going to sit there for an extended period of time before it starts to lift north. Here's what I mean. There is the 2 a.m. position. So this is just after midnight. Right now we have winds at 185. It's moving west at 5. The pressures, it's come up a little bit, but not much. 9:15 now. And then generally west into tomorrow afternoon. And then we start to see a turn. But, and that looks like a few hours. That's 12 hours there. And it moves very little in 12 hours. So that's Monday afternoon into Tuesday overnight. That's a long time period and a short distance. And then as we get into Tuesday morning, it starts to lift. The two things are happening here. The high is weakening. The trough is building in. That helps pick it up, and that's why it's picking up that forward motion and then pushing up the East Coast. Now, could it still come in across South Florida? Could it make a landfall here? Yeah, absolutely, it could make a landfall here. That's why the error cone is across the Treasure Coast and parts of Palm Beach County. And I think a lot of people feel like this whole forecast flip-flopped in the last 24 hours. There's been a slight adjustment to the west, that's about it. The error cone has pretty much been the Treasure Coast and northern Palm Beach County. It's fluctuated a little by about 10, 15 miles, but this track has been in place for a couple of days now. Earlier, late in the work week, it was more with a landfall here, but this is the track. We'll take another look. So there's a 12-hour time period there from 2 p.m. on Monday to 2 a.m. on Tuesday. That is going to be a very slow transition to that northwest turn. In fact, it doesn't completely take place until we get into Tuesday afternoon. All right, the breakdown. We have, I don't want to flip over these, hurricane watch for Palm Beach County, hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast. Hurricane shutters should be up or on the way. You have a little window tomorrow morning to do that before conditions really start to go downhill. We have a tropical storm warning for Palm Beach County. We have a tropical storm watch for the interior. The storm surge warning, 2 to 4, 4 to 7 on the Treasure Coast. That warning is across the area. I've tried to get the Weather Service to shade this in more. Maybe after this hurricane they will, because it's hard to see on the map. And they're the computer models that continue to update tonight, but they still show that track. Some of them still bring it in to around the Cape with a landfall there. That would be, well, it wouldn't be unusual. It would be a first. I haven't seen that happen before in recorded history about the last, well, since 1851. It has not happened. And then the official forecast takes it up along the coastline after that. And just a quick look at the power outage map. These numbers continue. This is the probability of seeing power outages. It's about what are we at? Medium. We're not. I don't see any high values in Palm Beach County, the Treasure Coast. I think these numbers will climb a little bit because the storm is expected to get a little bit closer. So no generators run in garages or inside. Don't use candles, flashlights, and batteries. All right, over to James. We are starting to feel some of the feeder bands, James.
Yeah, those outer squalls are making their way in right now, and you can see the first one kind of just went through about an hour or so ago, and this particular cell, look at that right there, was a pretty strong one. There was a significant weather advisory for that one for 45-mile-per-hour winds. It mixes down here from the upper levels, very strong wind, and then that down push brings them down to the surface. You can see that has fallen apart since then, and that band sitting just offshore the Palm Beaches too. It may get close enough, but I think we're going to have to wait for the next round to move on through. A couple of them moving through Vero right now, a particularly strong one there, just about to move through maybe the outlet malls or so. And we're looking at another one just off of Hudson Island, south of Fort Pierce. That'll come on shore near the power plant there in just a few moments. Temperatures, we're looking at 70s to low 80s, but it's so muggy and sultry out there. It feels very, very tropical. And we're going to start to switch over to using this tool here, our very own live radar, the only one in our area here. And we see some of those popping up there just offshore. Here's the forecast on Vipercast. So we're going to show you through time here we'll go, and it's going to show, well, there's another band moving through into the overnight hours. As we get up in the morning, a little bit of a break, and then we're looking at around 11 o'clock or so, we're seeing another band moving, give or take an hour or so. These aren't exact precise times, but we could see another one move through all the way up and down the coast, and this is how they're going to do. They're going to spiral in like that, move down to the south. Spiral in, move down to the south. That thing's going to sit out there for 24 hours, so we're going to continue to have that here off and on here all the way through Monday, Labor Day, through Monday night. Here's Monday night, some strong ones coming in. This is when the storm's getting even closer at its closest approach too, so we're going to see these pick up in intensity and pick up in number too. They're going to keep coming in one after another. And then as it gets closer to the Treasure Coast, as it starts to pull north, Treasure Coast will start to see more here mid-Tuesday to late Tuesday. Sustained winds at this time will be near tropical storm force. So any of these squalls and feeder bands that move through are going to mix down even stronger winds. So let's see what the wind gusts will be. Now, these are the gusts, not the sustained winds. And you can see by Monday at 11 a.m., that squall that moved through that we just tracked on Vipercast, it could contain up to tropical storm force gusts. They're 47 miles per hour, 41 or so. Wouldn't be surprised. Upper 40s out there. As we get later in the day on Monday, wind gusts with the next band that comes through a little bit higher. In fact, we're seeing 50s and 60s for wind gusts as those later squalls move through Tuesday. Now this is Tuesday morning, that is, and look at how close that is. This green area right here, that's hurricane force winds. Steve was talking about that razor line. Here it is right here. That's maybe a mile off the coast. Any little jog will put that green area on top of us, and these numbers go sky high. We'll be in the 70s there with hurricane force winds. As we get into Tuesday night here, we see up on the Treasure Coast, that's when you're going to max out with the strongest wind gusts moving on through. And then once it finally makes up its mind and moves out, it's going to do it quickly. We're going to get this thing out of here by Wednesday. Generally improving conditions. The wind's still a little bit breezy, but they'll be settling down quite significantly. Coming up in a little bit, I'm going to show you how much rain we're expecting for our current forecast.
Before we let you go, we have a couple of questions for you. One is, we've been wanting to ask you and Steve this, when you say it's kind of sitting there and stalling or really slow motion, it seems like you don't like that. Why is it when you're saying that as the storm's moving and it's just kind of sitting there, why don't you like that?
Because pretty much it can wobble anywhere, and we have no breathing room here with this one. It's going to be so close that any little wobble means a significant change in our weather. And when it just sits out there, normally it doesn't just, it's like a 2-year-old. It's not going to sit and stay put. It's going to just meander around a little bit for a while there. And any little jog, even if it's just a few miles, like we just saw, that few miles meant the world from tropical storm conditions to hurricane conditions.
All right, James, thank you. And keep those questions coming to us. We've got some lists. We'll be talking to our meteorologist at moments during this broadcast to try and answer those questions for you. So we certainly appreciate you bringing them in. These moments that we're talking to the meteorologist, we see the critical time frames that are coming. Overnight, we're already seeing wind gusts come in right now. Overnight, tomorrow, again, as we talk about your preparations that are already in place, that should be already in place, your time is running out.
That's right.
Tomorrow, conditions will really deteriorate. 2 p.m. Monday to 2 a.m. Tuesday, Steve's saying is really when that storm is making that move into the Bahamas, right around West End projected, and then of course the move, the turn that we've all been experiencing, waiting to see what will happen. A lot of people asking questions about the turn as well, so that's going to be important to see as we get closer what happens there.
We're part of Team Turn too.
We are.
We are.
It's hashtagged.
Part of Team Turn. So with all of this, we do have all of our crews spanned up and down the coastline throughout our viewing area, Treasure Coast all the way down to Boca Raton, and our Wanda Moore is in Stewart this evening. Wanda, tell us what you're seeing there.
Well, downtown Stewart is all ready and prepped for Dorian. Buildings here, they are shuttered up, they're boarded up. This is all businesses and restaurants all along downtown Stewart. But just because they're shuttered up doesn't mean that they're closed. Take a look across the street. You see a restaurant that's open right now, and it's actually packed. And that's what we've been seeing here in downtown Stewart ever since we got here. Actually surprisingly busy. People are out and about. It's sort of the last hurrah, so to speak. A lot of people tell us they're trying to escape that cabin fever for a few more hours. The last night, maybe, who knows. Lots of people were trying to take a look at the water to see the first effects of anything. We've definitely felt a little bit of a wind picking up here. And then also a lot of people talking to me about the fact that everyone here is on edge. One couple tells me that they've actually lived through Hurricane Andrew in 1992 and they lost everything. When you look at satellite pictures of those two storms, it looks eerily similar, and that's what a lot of people here, they still remember, they still know what that felt like and what they went through. So everyone here on edge at the same time, ready and prepared, and also trying to enjoy as much time outside, out and about before they have to be sheltered in place. So that's what we're seeing here in Stewart. Back to you guys.
All right, a lot of memory on these previous storms. We've gone through a lot here in this viewing area, but what we do know for sure is when everything is said and done, whatever we end up being dealt, we all pull together and we rebuild, and we do it quickly, and we're there for one another. And we're going to be here, right here for you through the storm, throughout this entire thing. Hold your hand right through it. Palm Beach International Airport, meanwhile, if you have any comings and goings to do in the next 24, you need to know this. Palm Beach International Airport will be ceasing all they're advising all travelers with plans in the coming days. I think my mic dropped out, so just to clarify here, once again, a live picture from Palm Beach International Airport. In the coming days, you need to contact your airline if you're planning to come and go. Officials also reminding all of us that PBIA is not a shelter, cannot be a shelter. So if you did have travel plans, do not expect to show up at PBIA and stay there for the duration of the storm until flights resume. You cannot stay at Palm Beach International Airport, and flights will cease tomorrow.
And to pick up on that end, Shannon, I was literally just texting the PIO of Fort Lauderdale International Airport. Fort Lauderdale International Airport ceasing operations at 12 noon Monday. Okay. So PBIA closed Monday. Fort Lauderdale International closing at noon Monday. If you have any loved ones trying to get in at this point, probably not. But if you're trying to get out at noon at Fort Lauderdale, airport will close Monday. PBIA closed tomorrow again.
And earlier, the governor said MIA was still open. We'll double check that fact and pass it along if we're incorrect on that. But earlier in the press briefing, Governor Ron DeSantis saying that MIA is still flying at the moment.
A lot of things are happening outside as we see these feeder bands starting to come through the area right now. I want to toss it out to Jason Grinauer right now. He is in Fort Pierce with the very latest on how things look up there. Jason.
Yes, and we've been seeing those feeder bands, just the outermost parts of this storm come through here in Fort Pierce throughout the evening. Those really quick, heavy downpours throughout the town, just kind of dumping buckets of water here on us. So those are moving through. The other most noticeable thing that's going on is the wind. The wind has definitely picked up here throughout the course of the evening. And if you compare it to last night, it really is night and day here in Fort Pierce along the Treasure Coast. Last night there were lots of people up and down here. We are near the marina here. There were plenty of bars and restaurants that were open. Tonight a lot of those are both boarded up and a lot of them are shuttered up. We were walking past the local tiki bar earlier as they were zipping up everything. They were putting garbage bags on everything and said they were closing until further notice. Even the grocery store here at Fort Pierce is closing at 10 p.m. tonight. So one last chance if you need to get out there to get bottled water and other supplies. They do have them. However, they are closing at 10 and will not be reopening again tomorrow as we start feeling the storm move its way through here. The temperature, the skies here, even at night, you can tell it's a lot different here in Fort Pierce. We will, of course, keep you updated. For now, we are reporting live in Fort Pierce. I'm Jason Grenauer. We'll send it back inside to you.
Much lot going on outside right now. I want to welcome in meteorologist Steve Weigel. We have a lot of questions coming in from our viewers tonight.
We sure do.
This is one of my favorite times during hurricane coverage because we can get you raw and talk to you about the questions that are coming in.
No tough questions, please.
The coat's still on, too.
That's right.
Really done.
And the sleeves haven't been rolled up yet, so we're in good shape.
Yeah, we're good for another day, I think.
All right. Okay. Question for you. Lots of questions coming in from Facebook, folks on Facebook and social media platforms, but also just general phone calls coming in the newsroom and emails as well. One of them that I heard earlier, and you had mentioned that there was a possibility of tornadoes.
Yes.
What was the hurricane, Steve, in recent memory that had that swath of time, like a 2-3 hour time, that everybody was running to their safe rooms? Irma. Okay.
Yeah, where essentially during Irma on the Treasure Coast, we had dozens of tornado warnings, and pretty much the Weather Service in Melbourne, they cover the Treasure Coast, they essentially put up a 3-hour tornado warning for most of the Treasure Coast, and we just covered one after another after another. It was a very unique experience, to say the least.
So do people need, one of the questions came in from a viewer from Brianna Reed, will we need a safe room? And do you expect anything like Irma?
Well, sure. I mean, there is the chance for more tornado warnings. We had a couple today, not in our viewing area, but just to the west. And a little surprising since it's so early on, although some of the tornado issues or tornado threats that you see in hurricanes are on the outer bands, the very outer feeder bands, and that's what we're starting to see arrive to the coastline right now. But it's the track is a little different for us this time. It's one that's coming in off the ocean. It's not coming in from the south like Irma did. And that makes a big difference too, because typically we see the greatest tornado threat on what we call the right side of the track. So the right, if you cut the hurricane, you can see on the screen back there is coming into the coastline. So if you cut a straight line through the middle of it, the top half is the right side of the track, and we should not experience that. Well, the hurricane's moving west now, but it is expected to turn north. So we probably won't be in the greatest threat for tornadoes with this storm.
So no safe room needed, or have it ready just in case?
Hopefully everyone in their homes or wherever they live has at least an idea where they could go if the weather gets really bad, because even on a normal thunderstorm day, we can get a tornado threat here, and you may have to go in there for 10 or 20 minutes while the storm goes through. So it's a good idea just to have it in place anyway. I think it's unlikely in this storm that you'll have to use it, but that's all part of your hurricane preparation plan anyway. This is something you should know before the season even starts.
What's your
safe room?
Yeah.
Am I in an evacuation area? I have my supplies. Are my shutters ready? That sort of thing.
Let's get scientific here, because we have some really good questions. Danielle Cruz asking, why is Dorian slowing down? We've been wondering, where's the Bermuda High and those other factors that we're supposed to steer this
Help us out
here.
It feels like 2004 all over again when we were watching Francis and Jean. And it is the same Bermuda High that is steering this hurricane in toward Florida. That short term. In the long term, I think what we're going to see is the storm, that high weaken, and the storm have the ability to turn a little farther north. And there's one more ingredient, and that's a trough that's coming down that will help pick it up too and push it northwest. The problem here is, and I just did a little bit of math on my own looking at the dots for the hurricane for each position, and between Monday late in the day and Tuesday, so it would be Monday afternoon 2 p.m. until Tuesday morning, that's a 12-hour time period, this hurricane is forecast to go about 20 miles, maybe 25 miles. You're talking about a storm that's moving 2 to 3 miles an hour. You can walk faster than that.
Yeah, right.
And we just do not like stationary or drifting hurricanes. And the computer models don't like it. I don't like it. I want to see it going somewhere. You have higher confidence in the track, the direction when it's moving, not just meandering over West End. And to make matters worse, it's 60 miles off our coast. It's not, a few hundred miles off.
Here's a question from Brian Eckstein. If we don't see the turn, he says at 8 a.m., but that's not what you were saying. You said between 2 and 6 tomorrow.
The turn has been changing, the timing for it. This whole storm, the timing has changed. If you look back to early in the week, like Monday and Sunday and last week, the landfall, we were supposed to get a landfall on Saturday. Now we're talking Sunday and then Monday, and now we're talking no landfall, but we're talking a closest approach on Monday and Tuesday. So everything has been pushed back, as it has the timing for that turn, and now it appears to be this painfully slow 12-hour time period between late Monday into, I would say, sunrise Tuesday, where it makes this just gradual, almost drifting turn northwest. It'll be just awful just monitoring that, because it's going to be so slow.
And what will we see here during that time while that's happening here in our area?
That's the closest approach to Palm Beach County. So we pick up more of the bands, and we'll get into some tropical storm force winds. We'll likely see 40, 50, maybe 55, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, or no, sustained winds, I should say. And the Treasure Coast will see about the same later Monday and Tuesday, because that will be the closest approach of the center of the storm to them. Also, any shift, that's why any shift west in this storm is just critical, because it just brings in now suddenly 70 and 80 mile an hour winds, some of the stronger winds. We're talking, let's say, okay, the storm's supposed to go to West End on Monday and pretty much stop and then start to turn. Well, let's say it doesn't stop and it goes another 4 or 5 hours west.
Yes.
Now it's 20 miles closer to us. Right. And that is a huge, normally that wouldn't make any difference at all. This time it is a huge difference.
Which is what Brian was asking you here. And he ended by saying, thank you for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you too, Brian.
And we
They do work
appreciate
hard.
everything you guys are doing, because we need you here, and we're going to ride through this
do we
with
ever.
each of you. Steve, thank you very much. Back with more after the break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian tonight. Jay Cashmere, Shannon Cake here at News Channel 5. We're going to get right to Steve Weigel and James Whalen here in just a moment. But first, as we mentioned, our team of reporters are out there on the street, and they're watching these bands that are starting to move through. Miranda Christian's out there, in fact, and she's in Boynton Beach tonight. Miranda?
Yes, and we are on the far east side of Boynton Beach. We're technically in Briny Breezes, which is a small community on the barrier island right across the intercoastal. And today we were with police as they were going around and checking with everyone in this mandatory evacuation zone. And they were checking with everyone, making sure they knew they had to leave and get out as soon as possible. They were asking everyone to do that. And this is an area that is known to flood during storms. And on top of that, it's king tides. So they have already started seeing some of that flooding from the king tides. Earlier today, the water was up over the sidewalks. And so right now what we're seeing, it's windy out here. We've gotten a few rainstorms as some of those bands have come in, but nothing quite severe or anything yet, just a few sprinkles and wind. It's really humid out here right now, but we haven't seen anything yet. We do see police officers still going around the community right now. We just saw one go on up a street. We'll have that full story coming up in our 10 and 11 o'clock newscast. Reporting live in Boynton Beach, I'm Miranda Christian, WPTV News Channel 5.
Miranda, thank you very much. We talked about a lot of the press conferences that I saw today dipping in and out as I was getting my family ready to evacuate out. All talked about that critical time if you're in a mandatory evacuation zone to leave because the law enforcement personnel cannot get to you after the storm.
Right.
And it's so imperative. And I think for them, this is where they really are hoping and focusing on people getting out. So if you haven't left, if you're in a mandatory evacuation zone, it's a good opportunity right now to leave because your window is closing as we speak. And for law enforcement, it makes it harder, so much harder for them.
Sheriff Rick Bradshaw was here at our 7 o'clock coverage of Hurricane Dorian here, and he said that, he said men and women in law enforcement, they've left their families to be out here to serve you. So please heed the warnings because it makes it 10 times more difficult, when you haven't abided by what they've asked you to do, and then you get hurt and they have to go in harm's way to save you or help you. So that's the reason for the warnings, and we all need to be listening to them and heeding them tonight.
And one person we're listening to very closely, our team of meteorologists, including Steve Wiegel. Steve, where's the storm right now?
It is about 150 miles due east of West Palm Beach, and it is bearing down on Grand Bahama now. It moved through the Abacos, and now it is tracking right down the spine of Grand Bahama. This is an incredible hurricane that will end up, that eye will end up right here tomorrow morning, and then essentially sit there for about 12 hours before it starts to move north. This is going to be a massive beach and ocean event for South Florida with beach erosion like we have maybe never seen before. Just sitting over an area for an extended period of time, it's going to be catastrophic, I'm afraid, for some coastal areas of South Florida. Now, so about 142, I just put the ruler on it. The tropical storm force winds, they stretch out 140 miles from the center. So that wind field has expanded. It's actually a little bit larger since this morning, and the hurricane force winds very compact, about 40. Well, that's about average for, although this, even though the hurricane strength is 185, going out 45 miles is pretty standard for a hurricane now at this point. There's the look at the radar now coming out of Grand Bahama, and you can see the outer bands working in across South Florida. Here's another solid one right here. We have more that'll push in overnight. And if you've been through hurricanes before, you'll get the outer bands working through, gusty winds, some heavy rainfall. Doesn't last more than 10 or 20 minutes, and then you get a lull, and then you get a second band coming in, and then a third, and eventually they're a little bit stronger. They'll go from maybe 25 to 35 mile an hour wind gusts to 45 and maybe even higher. The forecast track, as I said, we'll take it in. There's Monday 2 p.m. Relatively close to the west end of Grand Bahama, and then that turn takes place. Now this distance here, is about 24 miles roughly. Over 12 hours. We're talking the hurricane moving 2 to 3 miles an hour. It's half the speed that it's going right now, and it's going slow now. So that is a painfully slow turn that it makes. And this distance here is about 40 to 45. So it slows its speed down dramatically and then picks it up again as it makes that turn. It will sit over this area off our coast, roughly 60 miles off our coast, for about 12 hours. Most of the models have that stall or drifting before it starts to lift. There's a close-up view. So moving at a reasonable speed through here at about 5-6 miles an hour, that's slow enough, but then slowing down to half of that and making a 25-30 mile journey in 12 hours before it starts to get picked up by the trough and pushed off. Also, come back to this, the error cone is in the Treasure Coast and half of coastal Palm Beach County, and the error, so we could see a track. And this is why this margin of error is so thin, just a very slim margin, because if it does continue to drift a little farther to the west, and let's say it still makes the turn, but it's out here. The turn's here. in the error cone still, and it's not very far to the west. That brings hurricane force winds into the coastline and is more of a threat to our area. There's the wind field. So tropical storm force, the sustained winds arrive tomorrow afternoon and they continue into Monday night, and they push from Palm Beach County into the Treasure Coast. There's Tuesday, almost the entire coastal area, and the stronger winds, the 50 and 60 mile an hour winds just off the coast at this point, and they in fact touch the coastline from Fort Pierce and Hutchinson Island into Sebastian and Vero on Tuesday before it starts to push away. All right, I want to bring in James Whelan perhaps in a minute. I'll quickly show you the watches and warnings. Hurricane watch for Palm Beach County. If you have shutters and you haven't put them up, you have a small window, I would think, tomorrow morning. There will be gusty winds. Be careful, but it really starts to kind of go downhill in the afternoon with the more persistent winds. Treasure Coast has a hurricane warning, tropical storm warning for Palm Beach County, and we have a tropical storm watch for the interior. That includes the Wellington area. That line right there, that's 441, roughly. Well, not roughly, it is 441, at least up to Okeechobee. And we have a storm surge warning for all of the Treasure Coast and for Palm Beach County, 2 to 4 feet above in Palm Beach County, 4 to 7 on the Treasure Coast. And the high tide times are roughly around noon and midnight. Within an hour or two. You'll have to check your individual tide time. It changes dramatically, but those are the rough estimates on the tide times, and the king tides taking place too. All right, we are feeling the effects with the feeder bands already working in, and James has been tracking those during the evening. We've had a couple of pretty good ones so far, right, James?
Yeah, there's been some with some punch, 45 mile per hour winds. We had a significant weather advisory with that one. Here's the center inching a little bit closer here. The eye wall now on top of Grand Bahama, and there we are, that close. We're seeing, here's that first little band that moved on through. The next one was offshore, and looks like that one will stay offshore there, but right there, it'll just barely stay offshore. But the next one that's gonna pivot around, we may see brush up against the coast, and that'll probably be in the overnight hours. I'll show you Vipercast in a second here, but here's this just offshore, some gusty winds and squally weather as that moves south. This was the one that had 45 mile per hour winds, now quickly dissipated as it moves to the south. As a lot of these will, they're gonna come on shore the strongest, and then they'll get weaker as they push down. This one here, almost, well, it made it into Okeechobee there. You're seeing some gusty winds, quick little bout of rain there. Another one just moved through Vero too. We're tracking this one, just moved into South Hutchinson Island there from Jensen Beach down to Sailfish Point, Port Salerno right now. Looking at some heavy rain and some gusty winds with this. Wouldn't be surprised, 35 or so mile per hour winds, but it's going to be brief. They come in very quickly and they leave very quickly too. And we're going to see, you can see some banding already out there, and then the outer area of the hurricane there, of the stronger part of it, just entering live Viper 5 max. Now, let's go through time. Here's another band that moves through. So this is the overnight hours. It gets a little bit closer. Here comes another one. Look at this. So this is around late morning, early lunchtime hours here that comes on through, and that one will be stronger. That one could contain 50 mile per hour winds with that. And as we go later in the day, another one may move through, and then we'll see stronger ones move through by tomorrow night, and even on Tuesday, because the storm now slowing down at this point in time, it's just going to be band after band after band. By Tuesday afternoon, we could see some really strong ones moving on through, and they could pack a punch. We could see 60 plus mile per hour winds with those. And then the transition up towards the Treasure Coast to see the worst of it will be Tuesday afternoon and night. And then finally by Wednesday, we'll start to taper it off. Now, how much rain are we talking? We're not talking about a big amount of rain. However, the big amount of rain is just offshore, so any little wobble will bring a lot more than 3 to 5 inches or so up and down our coastline. Notice mainly it's confined to the coastline. You head back towards the lake, it's significantly less. But like I said, if that gets a little bit closer, or we see that banding set up while it's stalled, and we get that training effect where you'll get a band move in and another one all in the same area. Some of these numbers could be a lot higher locally, and we'll definitely keep an eye on that potential coming up.
James, we want to bring you in or stay with you here. We're getting a lot more questions in from our viewers, specifically our viewers in our western communities and all the way out to Clewiston, around the lake, Royal Palm Beach, Wellington. Randy in Royal Palm Beach asking where are they right now. Steve touched on this as far as a hurricane watch, tropical storm warning. Where are they right now? Steve mentioned 441, that line there, it separates, right?
Right, so 441 right now separates the tropical storm warning to the east and the watch to the west. So you're more likely to see those tropical storm force winds east of 441. A little bit less likely, but you'll probably see the tropical storm force gusts and those squalls that move on through, even west of 441. And even by the lake, you could see that too.
James, thank you very much. We'll keep tabs on things as they transpire as well. All of us waiting for that all-important forecast to come up at 11 o'clock right now. That will be the next track from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, all these tracks so indicative of what's to come in terms of that turn that we're expecting.
It's fascinating to watch Steve and James kind of behind the scenes, because they get kind of advanced advisories that'll come and they'll, say, and they'll discuss it. And then sure enough, the advisory comes out and they've almost predicted it, or they've come to air and said it and said, this is probably what's going to happen in the advisory. So we're watching some of that happen. So it'll be very telling. Like you said, the 11 o'clock advisory comes out and we'll have it for you right here. We're not going to leave you. We're staying with you through all of this. We've been waiting and searching for a lot of video out of the Bahamas, trying to get what we can.
We have new video that just came in on Twitter and Sterling, monitoring our social media right now. Ann, what do you have?
We actually got this from James's Twitter page. I think we're on Twitter right now. Yes, this is from his Twitter page. He posted this video a little while ago, and I think we retweeted it on our WPTV page. But you can see it says, wow, new video coming in out of the Bahamas, the surge from Hurricane Dorian. And here's the video right here coming in, and you can see the flooding. And we continue to show you video of the storm surge and the water and how much rain has actually hit the Bahamas. And this is just another moment here. Our team is now posting, I just heard a moment ago, another video that was sent in to Kelly Dunn showing an apartment complex. We're going to get that to you the next time that we see you. But I wanted to show you this, a beautiful bond here between a daughter and a father, a touching moment right here during this horrible, devastating hurricane. The message here, be safe, Daddy. This little girl wishing her dad, who, by the way, is a Boynton Beach police officer, a safe shift as Hurricane Dorian inches closer towards us, kissing her daddy goodbye. And we do have to remember, police officers, all of our personnel that are out there on the streets, making sure we continue to be safe. And this little girl, beautiful bond between the daddy and his little daughter. Back to you.
Really all in perspective when we see images like that. As we were talking earlier, our first responders, law enforcement out there keeping us safe, reminds us that we got to heed the warnings.
They have left their families to protect all of us, and we won't forget that. Video now coming into us from the Bahamas, picking up where Ann left off as well. This is video sent to us by Facebook viewer Zania. Buildings damaged here in the Bahamas. You can see walls and roofs torn apart and insulation really scattered everywhere. This is sort of indicative of what we've seen from all the video coming in. The storm surge there was awful, just awful in Abaco. And of course, as the storm moves toward West End, it's going to get even worse. More video from Freeport now.
And heard the Prime Minister earlier today saying how frustrated he was that he wanted people to evacuate, and many of them said, no, I want to stay in my home. So as sunlight comes over the Bahamas, the devastation is evident here. I think we're going to see more in the coming hours. Another video from Freeport here on the north side of Grand Bahama, still hours away from a possible direct hit, but you can see storm surge already covering the roads with water, and that was shot earlier. So by now, we'll get the track of the storm and find out exactly where it is for you.
And another video streamed live on Facebook shows major damage on Abaco Island. This is an area that I've seen the most video and the most destruction. In fact, I had a message that came in from Zania earlier. She sent several videos in to us, basically saying that Abaco was destroyed. And this is the storm surge. More viewers sending us more video of the storm surge here in the Bahamas. Just absolutely devastating. And in fact, earlier today, sustained winds at 185 miles an hour, gusts over 220 miles per hour, right in Abaco's, in the Bahamas right there at Marsh Harbor, Abaco Island, taking the brunt of this storm right now, earlier today and currently right now.
Unbelievable. Record-making storm moved through the Bahamas. We will see more at sunlight for sure. We're going to take a quick break. We are not going far. We're back in a moment with more Hurricane Dorian coverage.
This is WPTV Storm Team 5, tracking Dorian.
Hurricane Dorian battering the Bahamas as it crawls to a near complete stop. This powerful Category 5 storm slowly making its way in the direction of the Florida coastline. Good evening to you once again, and thanks for joining us for this special simulcast edition of the 10 o'clock news.
We are broadcasting on both WFLX and WPTV to keep you informed about Hurricane Dorian. Our Storm Team 5 working around the clock to get you through this storm and through this preparation stage. We'll start with Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. Steve.
Jay and Shannon, let's take a look at the very latest. This is an unbelievable hurricane heading toward South Florida. They're working through the Bahamas now. Just absolute devastation across the out island chains of the Bahamas, the northwestern Bahamas, the most powerful hurricane ever to make landfall in the northwestern Bahamas. And up next, Grand Bahama. It is going to travel right down the spine of Grand Bahama overnight. In the darkness of night, and eventually end up around West End tomorrow morning at sunrise. The winds 185 miles an hour, and the outer bands already starting to be felt in South Florida. We're getting quick outer feeder bands working through with some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. Let's do a cross section, show you just how powerful this is. The cloud tops and some of the thunderstorms, and there have been an unusual number of thunderstorms near the center of this. They're climbing 40,000 feet up in the atmosphere, and the highest cloud tops on the high cirrus clouds up 50 and 60,000 feet. But these are an indication that radar's tracking some of the embedded storms in the stronger cells, the convection that is fueling this hurricane, and you can see there are pretty impressive cloud tops. And there's a look down the middle. The eye is wavering a little bit, but it's been between about 10 and 15 miles an hour wide, and it will continue to fluctuate a little bit as we go through what we call eye wall replacement cycles, where the eye wall essentially breaks down and a new one forms in its place. Unbelievable satellite loop. It's about 150 miles away from South Florida. The hurricane force winds stretch out 45 miles from the center. The tropical storm force winds 140 miles out. And if you've been watching this the last few days, you know that wind field has increased. It was around 100 late yesterday and around 90 2 and 3 days ago. So that is expected. That entire wind field was forecast to expand at least a little bit. They are the outer feeder bands coming in, arriving as we get into Sunday night, and more on the way. The forecast track, here it is. It'll be updated around 11 o'clock, but it keeps it as a Category 5 through the Bahamas. There's the position at 2 p.m. on Monday. Then it slows down even more. The winds are at 185 now, moving slowly west at 5. But it'll get around 2 to 3 miles per hour. This distance right here over 12 hours is only about 25 miles at the most. So that's moving 2-3 miles an hour for over an extended period of time before it gets picked up by the trough and lifts north after that. Sees a weakness in the Bermuda High and the trough that's coming down that will protect us from a landfall here. At least that's the current thinking. We are in the error cone across the Treasure Coast and parts of Palm Beach County. Any little shift toward the west would bring stronger winds and more damaging conditions across our area. Looks like the worst weather starts to arrive tomorrow with tropical storm force winds, sustained winds tomorrow afternoon into the evening and into Tuesday. I want to bring in James Whelan because he's been tracking the radar. Because we're getting those outer feeder bands, you've been watching each one of them, right, James?
Yeah, and there's still some out there right now that we're keeping an eye on, but obviously the main center of the storm is still offshore, just starting to move into Grand Bahama right now. But look at that, we had that one band move on through. Here's another one that will just barely miss us here, but there's still a few areas there that have some rain. You see one coming right out of Hobe Sound. It's going to move into Jupiter here momentarily. These are moving really, really fast, 30, 35 miles an hour or so, and they contain possibly 30, 35 mile per hour wind gusts mixing down. Some of the stronger ones up to 45 mile per hour wind gusts already, but it's real brief, just like a punch of wind and a punch of rain, and then it's done. Had one move through Vero Beach and down through Stewart. There's that one that was in Stewart. It's already down past Hobe Sound. Couldn't keep up with it there. And we see more on Live Viper 5 max as it starts to move into Freeport there. Now, wind gusts and timing here. So these are gusts, not sustained winds, and you see them bumping up pretty quickly there, even going into Tuesday. The inland communities, maybe 10 or 20 less. We're looking at 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and then finally by early Wednesday, things will be winding down and looking a lot better for us. Wellington, your wind gust graph here. Again, this is subject to change when we get new data in, but all in all, it's a little bit less, but not by much. You still get some wind gusts in the 50s as the storm gets closer.
I'm Ann Sterling at the Live Desk. Tonight, Governor Ron DeSantis is getting the message out: stay alert and listen to law enforcement. The governor, like so many of us, is monitoring each development of this storm. Resources are available statewide to help families potentially impacted by this storm. That includes thousands of National Guard members that are ready to assist.
Listen to their local authorities and have an evacuation plan ready if you are ordered to evacuate. Safety comes first, and you don't want to mess with a storm that is going at 185 miles per hour.
Earlier today, the governor suspended tolls on 9 highways as Hurricane Dorian approaches Florida. That includes the Turnpike, Alligator Alley, and also the Sawgrass Expressway. Back to you.
And thank you. Thousands of people in our area are in evacuation zones and now under orders to leave.
In fact, several communities, and those communities, police are trying to make sure that everybody living in an evacuation zone knows that they should be leaving.
News Channel 5's Miranda Christian is in the South County with word on what they're doing there. South Palm Beach County, I should add. Miranda.
And we're in Briny Breezes right now. That's just east of Boynton Beach. And we saw people trying to evacuate today and get out of here and start heading west.
You are within a hurricane evacuation area.
Sergeant Hap Kroll is driving around this area in Briny Breezes.
Please finish your preparations and leave as soon as possible.
This area is known to flood during storms, and it's also king tide.
The king tide, the high tides, and this storm, it will definitely go underwater for a while.
Kroll says they need people to leave because during the storm, first responders won't be able to reach them if an emergency happens.
Just be careful, be very careful. A lot of people let their guard down.
There weren't a lot of people left in Briny Breezes.
I thought it was going to go all north, and so I canceled my hotel reservations yesterday, and then today when I heard it's not, I called up the company and said I want my room back.
Arthur Bruce Jensen says he was the last one to leave his street, and he isn't taking any chances with a Cat 5 hurricane.
I'm a real brave guy until it comes something like that.
We're probably going to stay here until tomorrow morning, hopefully, if they don't close the bridges.
Others were going to finish their storm preparations and leave before the weather starts on Monday.
Please finish your preparations and leave as soon as possible.
So if you are still planning to evacuate and want to do it tomorrow, both police and fire told me that you should do it as early as possible because they're going to start keeping an eye on the wind. And if those wind speeds start reaching around 50 miles an hour, they will close the bridges and you won't be able to get over to the mainland or back to the barrier islands. Reporting live in Boynton Beach, I'm Miranda Christian, WPTV News Channel 5.
Miranda, thank you. And Palm Beach International Airport will cease all commercial airport operations beginning tomorrow. They're advising all travelers with plans in the coming days to go ahead and contact your airline. Officials also reminding all of us that PBIA is not a shelter, cannot be a shelter. So if you do have travel plans, don't expect to stay at the airport and sleep there until the airport reopens or resumes normal flight schedule. Also, the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, that will be closing tomorrow at noon due to anticipated weather conditions eroding.
In Indian River County, some people are starting to evacuate.
And WPTV News Channel 5's Matt Sesney, he's live tonight in Vero Beach with more on that.
Yeah, right now here in Vero Beach, very breezy conditions. It's kind of affecting the Indian River a little bit. Out on the ocean, though, much rougher, as we're about to show you in a few seconds, though. Right now, residents east of US 1 here in Indian River County are being encouraged to take part in a voluntary evacuation. The bridges to the beach, like this one behind me, are still open. Mandatory evacuations, we're told, for these low-lying areas and also for structures described as substandard construction. That's expected to start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. But as we found today along the coast just before sunset, the concern over this storm was already growing. The showers were spotty in Vero Beach on Sunday, but when it did rain, it came down hard.
We're a little frustrated about what we see out here and a little worried.
Jackie Schaefer's road along the beach was already flooding, a low point that already had water rising.
Today we just had rain. We just had like a 10-minute just torrential downpour. My husband was putting up the shutters and he had to come in. And literally, then you couldn't even see the crown of the road. It was just like and the water was running almost like a river.
Recent calls, Jackie says, to her HOA, the county, and the city haven't come up with any solutions to this water issue. And now Hurricane Dorian has her seriously worried about what could happen under very heavy rain. With stores out of sandbags, Jackie is relying on more than 100 bags of gravel to protect her home as she plans to leave.
We lived in Orlando. I mean, I grew up in Orlando, and so we moved here a year ago, and I don't know which way to go.
And that is a real concern for a lot of people up here, which way to go after you do decide to evacuate. When we last spoke to Jackie, she was still deciding whether to go north, south, or even west. We're live in Vero Beach. Matt Cesny, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Thank you, and you can track the developments with Hurricane Dorian. Don't forget to download the WPTV app so you can get weather alerts sent right to your phone. Our app is free. And our coverage of Hurricane Dorian continues. We'll have information on evacuations that have already begun, as well as school closings.
And on a lighter note, we need one, don't we? As we brace for a brush or possible impact from Dorian, a lot of people, or some anyway, took some time to de-stress before the storm.
Welcome back. Tracking Hurricane Dorian. The wind still 185 miles an hour. The wind gusts over 200 miles an hour. And this storm is about 150 miles now off the coast of South Florida. As we go through each hour, it just becomes incredible, this satellite loop. And think about it, tomorrow morning around sunrise, we are going to see that eye in this area here, just off our coast. I mean, it's 60 miles off our coast. That is the expectation for the closest approach to South Florida. We're getting some of the outer bands work in now. The core of the hurricane, you know, where the let's say 150 to 160, 170, 180 mile an hour winds are, those are concentrated very close to the core of the storm and the eye wall. They're embedded in just the first few miles. The hurricane force winds stretch out about 45 miles, and it's a little under, roughly 150 miles away from South Florida. So those damaging, very powerful winds are just near the core, but hurricane force winds, which are 74 above, are out about 45 miles. And the tropical storm force wind field is 140 at this point. I'm watching that closely. That's a key component here, because as the wind field expands, that puts us into more of the wind field and the tropical storm force winds on Monday and Tuesday. But the outer bands working through during the evening, off and on with some gusty winds and some heavy downpours. It's making landfall in Grand Bahama on the eastern side of the island, and it is expected to continue as a Category 5 into Monday afternoon. They're at 165 miles an hour, and then a gradual turn over about 12 hours from Monday afternoon into sunrise Tuesday, more than likely, watching that turn closely, and then lifting up to the north after that. On its closest approach, we will see about 60 to 70 mile buffer here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, and the nastiest weather will start to arrive. The tropical storm force winds sustained Monday afternoon and linger into Tuesday. James has been watching. We're all watching for this turn. James is going to talk about exactly why it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll try to simplify things here, because I know we've used these terms before, but some people are not quite sure what it means. The Bermuda High, or we call it a big ridge, a trough, or we call it, well, basically low pressure is what it is. But what does that all mean? Well, in the atmosphere, it's kind of like on the ground. There's peaks and there's valleys, and let's simplify it a little bit here and just say, well, high pressure is just like a big mountain. That's what it is. The storm can't go up or through the mountain, it has to go around the mountain. And let's say the trough is like a gutter. What the storm wants to do is it wants to roll into the gutter. Let's make the storm a little beach ball right here. So what's happening right now is, well, it's kind of flat ground, right? Everything's flat, so the ball can't roll in any direction, so it's going to steer. Don't forget, the mountain's moving and the gutter's moving too, so the ball is just going to kind of spin in place and kind of jog left and right and north and south. But eventually, this gutter's going to catch up, and the ball's going to want to roll right into that gutter. That's what's going to pick up the storm. Now, if the gutter gets here late, while the storm is meandering around, it gets a little bit closer to us. If it gets here a little bit early, it will stay farther offshore. It's just timing when this swing is, because everything's moving in the atmosphere. That's the tough part to pin down, but we're thinking that's going to happen while the storm is still offshore, and then it'll roll right into that gutter. That's why we have this crazy track right here. Because don't forget, the gutter just doesn't come in and scoop up the beach ball. It keeps going. So that's why the storm is going and then curving right off the coast, because that gutter keeps going off towards the east, and it's going to follow that. Then it gets picked up by the westerlies and shooed right out to sea, and that will be that with this storm.
James, thank you. I'm Ann Sterling at the live desk. Local schools are closing ahead of this storm. Schools already were going to be closed tomorrow for the holiday, but right now, that is extending. Here's the list for you. The Palm Beach County School District will be closed on Tuesday. So will Martin County Schools, as well as schools in the Indian River County School District. St. Lucie Public Schools will remain closed through Wednesday, and all Okeechobee County Public Schools will be closed until further notice. We have posted all this information. I know it's a lot that I'm throwing at you right now. All the information about school closures right on our website, WPTV.com. Jay, back to you.
Thank you very much. As we continue to track Dorian's path, we're also seeing how communities across the area are preparing.
That's right. Right now, we want to get to Jeff Rusak. He's live tonight in Boca Raton. Jeff?
The surf was up in Boca Raton today. A lot of people were out in the water surfing, but they know the dangers this storm could bring. South Beach Park in Boca Raton was the place to be for surfers on Sunday. With Dorian moving slowly, they took advantage of the storm's waves.
You know, summer's been pretty much flat for everybody here, so the moment there's some rideable waves and some decent, safe conditions, you know, we're all out here trying to get our fill.
Onshore, businesses and homes boarded up. Most have already taken the steps to prepare themselves and their property for the storm. Others waiting till the last minute.
I'm a little bit worried and hoping this will do something.
Joseph Shayowitz and his son are filling up some sandbags, trying to make sure their home doesn't flood. Some of his own advice he's finally taking.
And it so happens to be I'm a realtor, so I'm putting on Facebook everything people should do, and then I'm thinking, I didn't do anything. So here I am doing it.
And that surfer we spoke with, he says he's already taken steps to get his home ready. He, like everyone else, is just trying to stay positive about this storm.
Just kind of hoping it stays offshore for everybody and see what waves we get after, and yeah, that's all you can really do.
Now, I've talked to a couple of surfers. They said they wouldn't be surprised if they're actually out surfing again tomorrow. But like a lot of people in Florida, they're going to be watching for this storm surge. Reporting live in Boca Raton, Jeff Rusak, WPTV News Channel 5.
Thank you. And remember, WPTV will stay on the air even if your power goes out. You can take a look at your screen right now, grab a pen and paper and jot down these radio stations. These are our WPTV radio partners. And so should you need us and your power goes out, you can find us on radio. Listen to these stations from Palm Beach County all the way to Treasure Coast. We'll be there for you through the entire thing. And you are watching WPTV News Channel 5. Our coverage of Hurricane Dorian does continue now. Words from one local sheriff about staying safe through the storm.
And our dedicated Storm Team 5 meteorologist covering Dorian right after the break on this special simulcast of the 10 o'clock news.
Welcome back. Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw stopped by our studios tonight.
That's right, Ann Sterling joining us with more on his message. Ann.
Yeah, in fact, Jay, Sheriff Rick Bradshaw's message was stern and clear. There have been mandatory evacuations ordered for Zones A and also Zones B. Now, Zone A includes mobile homes and low-lying areas prone to flooding. Zone B generally includes the Barrier Islands and areas north and south of the Jupiter Inlet. Plus, he also had a message for anyone that just moved right here to Florida.
Don't think it's just a little bit of wind. You've seen some pictures of what's happening down there in the Bahamas. This is a big boy. This is strong. I mean, I've been through some hurricanes, nothing like this.
Sheriff is also assuring everyone that immigration status will not be checked for any person that does go to a shelter. All bags that you bring with you, though, could be searched. And here's a reminder, weapons are not allowed at the shelters. Back to you, Jay.
Thank you. Well, whether you are staying put and riding out the storm or evacuating, WPTV has you covered everywhere. Take your Roku, your Fire Stick, or your Apple TV devices with you and make sure to download the WPTV app. We'll be streaming our live coverage, keeping you informed of the storm every step of the way. And our coverage of Hurricane Dorian continues, riding along with a local deputy as they urge Barrier Island residents to evacuate.
Also, boat owners battening down the hatches, the feverish preparations at a local marina.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 3.
Welcome back. Let's bring you up to date on the very latest with Dorian, Category 5 hurricane, 150 miles off our coast and making landfall now in Grand Bahama, where we'll track right down the spine of Grand Bahama through Freeport, Lacaya, and eventually end up at West End tomorrow morning. It's moving slow now, about 5 miles an hour, and the new forecast track coming up at 11 o'clock. Roughly 142 miles off our coast, and the incredible strength of this hurricane starting to be felt in Grand Bahama, the outer fringes being felt here with those outer feeder bands working in already. Tapping into some very warm water through the Bahamas, and hopefully will weaken a little bit with the land interaction, but judging from the last few frames. It is certainly impressive on the radar loop. This is the radar. You can see, I'll go back here a frame, you can see the bands work in. We've already had some feeder bands, gusty winds. Typically what happens is you get a band go through, some winds of 25, 35 miles an hour, some torrential downpours, and then it all tapers off. You get a break for about a half an hour, and then a second band goes in as it's a layer after layer all the way into the core of the hurricane. Luckily, we are not expecting to get into that area of this storm with the forecast track taking it essentially to west end on Monday afternoon, and then just really a painfully slow turn toward the northwest Monday night and Tuesday. Even by Tuesday noon, we're still looking for a forward motion here. It is expected to eventually pick up forward speed, but this is a 12-hour difference here, and it only moves about less than 25 miles. That's about 2 miles an hour. Just very slow forward motion at that point. So we'll watch it closely, and then eventually it moves up the East Coast after that. There's a closer look. So its closest approach to Palm Beach County will be Monday afternoon and evening. And on the Treasure Coast, it'll be more Monday night and Tuesday. That's where we get into just razor thin margin of error here. Any track closer to the coast, and we're dealing with sustained hurricane force winds on the Treasure Coast. That's why a hurricane warning is in effect for the Treasure Coast and a hurricane watch for Palm Beach County. The tropical storm force wind showing up, that wind field showing up in yellow here, that arrives Monday afternoon early in the day, and then spreads up into the Treasure Coast Monday night and Tuesday, and into Tuesday. There's Tuesday 8 a.m. Very, very close, and in fact, I'll put it in motion here. You can see that those 50 and 60 mile an hour winds just clip the Treasure Coast around Hutchinson Island from Fort Pierce into Vero and Sebastian, and the radar is still tracking those showers and those gusty winds coming in right now. Here's a cross section of the hurricane. It's one of the great features of the live radar, and you can see some of these tops and some of the convection popping 20, 30,000 feet. There's still lots of energy here for this to tap into, and you can also see about a 10-mile wide eye at this point working across the Bahamas. So it is an impressive storm and not expected to weaken much the next 48 hours. James is here. We've been talking about the wave heights, a big factor in this storm.
Yeah, it stayed small out there today. You saw that story earlier, Boca, not that big of waves. That's going to change very, very quickly. The Treasure Coast already had the main longer period swell start to show up through the day today. And look at what happens as we go through time here. This little purplish black dot in the middle, that's 20 to even 35-foot seas on the northern quadrant of the storm as it clears the Bahamas. All of this will push all the water down to the south. And on top of that, we have that king high tide that shows up right as this surge comes to at around midnight. That's one high tide cycle. And then noon the next day, the next high tide cycle with still these enormous, massive waves coming on in. On top of that, we have all the wind blowing on there, and that's going to cause a big surge even all the way down through Palm Beach County. Finally, by Wednesday, we'll start to taper off on the wave heights, and by the end of the day, things get back to normal.
All right, James, thank you very much. Well, Martin County Sheriff's deputies spent the afternoon going door to door in a mandatory evacuation zone to check on families.
News Channel 5's Alana Quillen joined deputies on a ride-along as they knocked on doors this evening. She's live at the sheriff's office with the very latest on that. Alana?
Well, we switched locations. We are now at one of the shelters here in Palm City where people are coming to amid those mandatory evacuations. Those were issued at 1 p.m. today for barrier islands, low-lying areas, and people living in manufactured homes. Deputies are urging those people to come to shelters like this one at Hidden Oaks Middle School as Dorian turns closer to the Florida coast.
Sheriff's office.
Deputy Reese Heater is making sure no one gets left behind.
You're right there. We're urging people to find a different location.
As Hurricane Dorian bears down on Florida.
Our number one concern is their safety.
Martin County issued mandatory evacuation Sunday afternoon. Deputies immediately got to work knocking on doors in vulnerable areas to make sure people know the dangers.
This one's got me awake.
Bob Woods is on the fence about leaving, but his friends are getting out of the way.
5 o'clock in the morning, we'll know whether it's going to make its turn. I'll stay if it turns.
Trying to do all the right things and help people find solutions to keeping safe.
Others are leaving first thing Monday.
My friends and relatives, that's an important thing, is to let them know that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
But this woman says she's going to stay.
I lived through one, I guess I'll live through another.
There's 180-mile-an-hour winds, and there's flooded roads and trees down and power poles down. If you dial 911, we might not be able to get to you.
Sheriff's deputies say they can't physically force people to leave, but they're hoping people take the storm seriously enough.
It's nerve-wracking for us because we want to do the best job that we can, and we're here to protect people.
So far, 160 people have checked into this shelter here at Hidden Oaks Middle School. They have a capacity for 800, but they are not turning people away. There's plenty of room, and there's 3 total shelters in Martin County. So far, 750 have checked into those. We have the details posted on our website, WPTV.com. I'm also told that Martin County Sheriff's deputies are going to be going door to door tomorrow as well in those mandatory evacuation areas. Reporting live in Palm City, Alana Quillen, WPTV News Channel 5.
I'm Ann Sterling at the live desk. Let's get to the latest on the evacuations. Alana was just talking about what is happening in Martin County. So again, in Martin County, we're talking about Zone A and Zone B. So what is Zone A and what is Zone B? Let's break this down for you, because in Martin County, if you live in those areas, that's where you need to evacuate. Palm Beach County, we talked about that just about 10 minutes ago, Zone A and Zone B as well. So let's talk about St. Lucie County now, because if you're in St. Lucie County, there are mandatory evacuations ordered for North and South Hutchinson Island. That is along the low-lying coastal areas and also mobile homes. Indian River County officials are encouraging a voluntary evacuation. That's on the barrier islands and also east of US 1 in low-lying areas and in mobile homes. Mandatory evacuations for those areas will be issued tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Of course, we will keep you posted. Let's move to Okeechobee County. A voluntary evacuation order was issued for people living in mobile homes, low-lying areas, and also areas prone to flooding. For a complete list of evacuation zones and shelters and what is Zone A and what is Zone B, head to our website, WPTV.com. Shannon, back to you.
And thank you. It really is helpful when you go there. We have it really well laid out. Always have in the past, but especially this year.
And it's all personalized this year for you, too.
Absolutely. Turning now to Fort Pierce, where boat owners are not taking any chances when it comes to Hurricane Dorian.
WPTV News Channel 5's Jason Grinauer is working this story for us tonight.
The downpours have come and gone throughout the night here in Fort Pierce. The winds are picking up and the local businesses are shutting down. But despite the warnings and the mandatory evacuations, there are still some here along the Treasure Coast that plan on tying down and riding this one out.
You can see most of the slips are empty.
At Causeway Cove Marina, most of the boats are long gone.
We were unable to haul out, and we're just going to ride it out. We've made it through a couple of hurricanes in the past, but
none like Dorian.
It's no joke, I mean, I actually have goosebumps as we speak.
Because Captain Kenny will be spending the storm aboard his 52-foot Classic.
So she's 1953, and we love her as much as we can.
Tied down with 18 lines and more knots than he can count.
We got as many fenders as we can. Bumpers up and down, everything's doubled, everything's tripled.
As ready as he can be.
It may not be pretty right now. It kind of looks like the hurricane plan itself with a bunch of spaghetti, but you can't have too many lines on these boats right here, right now.
As law enforcement heeds caution.
This storm is no joke, and even though there's this expected turn that we think it's going to make, it may not make that turn. Anything's possible with the storm. And if it doesn't make that turn, things are going to get serious very, very quickly.
Boy, we're just hoping this storm turns north. We're hoping for the best case scenario, but we'll be here and we'll ride it out and we'll give it 110%. We'll do the best we can.
And of course, police say they want people to follow those mandatory evacuation orders for the barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile home parks here in Fort Pierce, adding that they are planning on closing the bridges once wind speeds hit or exceed 45 miles per hour. Reporting tonight in Fort Pierce, I'm Jason Grinauer, WPTV News Channel 5.
Our coverage of Hurricane Dorian continues. Incredible video from the Bahamas as Hurricane Dorian churns through.
And our Storm Team 5 meteorologists hard at work right now. They are tracking Dorian. We'll go to them in moments.
I'm Ann Sterling at the live desk with a video that was just posted on our Facebook page about 25 minutes ago. This video right here sent to us by Zania on Facebook. You can see it's a building of some sorts. I think it's an apartment building because I see a mattress somewhere in there. There's a kitchen we just passed by, and that's a person that lives somewhere nearby. But you can see how much damage and destruction is here in this building right here. That looks like a hallway. And then if it pans around, you can see, well, let's move to our next video. This is the sea level rising, as you can see. Another video from Freeport on the northwest side of Grand Bahama. And you can see the storm surge already covering the roads with water. This video obviously shot a couple of hours or at least before the storm, but definitely this afternoon this video was actually shot but sent to us via Facebook just a little while ago. Let's move on to our next video here, streamed live on Facebook. It shows major damage on Abaco Island. You can see the damage here, the storm surge. I don't know if this is a car here. I can't make out exactly what it is, but you can see how much water, not only the rain and the sea level that is rising, but how much water has just covered the entire area, not only roads, but the entire island too. We'll keep you posted on any of the videos that are coming into any of our resources. We're talking about Instagram, Facebook, and also on Twitter. Steve, we're going to send it over to you right now for the latest on what's not only happening there in the Bahamas, but what's moving closer here to Florida.
Yes, and it's moving away from those islands, but in toward Grand Bahama now, and starting to see some of the bands working into South Florida. It is expected to continue and intensify overnight and into Monday. We're going to talk about the latest forecast track coming up.
And Sheriff Snyder said today during a news conference that at this point there are no
Welcome back. Anxiously awaiting the 11 p.m. advisory and the new forecast track. It should be out in the next 15 minutes. We are watching a hurricane with 185-mile-an-hour winds bear down on the Bahamas. The video and photos coming, the reports coming out of Abaco, the beautiful island chain is just incredible. The devastation from this Category 5 hurricane, about 150 miles off the coast of South Florida and moving toward the west, 5 miles an hour. So it has slowed its forward speed. It still packs a punch with the hurricane force winds out 45 miles from the center, tropical storm force winds out 140. So the wind field is expanding. and is potentially expanding even more on Monday and Tuesday. Now the radar, because it's in our view, you can see the outer bands sliding in across the Treasure Coast and then quickly down through Palm Beach County. Each one of these cells moving very quickly, 30, 40 miles an hour. The forward speed of the hurricane, though, is limiting the stronger feeder bands from making their way in until late overnight. And it looks like sustained tropical winds won't arrive until around the noon hour tomorrow. As far as the current track, we have 185-mile-an-hour winds moving west at 5 and a turn expected Monday, late in the day, Monday night into Tuesday morning. It's a very, very slow turn, very slow track. It's nearly stalled at this point before it starts to lift north and push up the East Coast, paralleling the East Coast on Wednesday and Thursday. But here's a close-up look, and you can see at its closest approach, it's about 60 to 70 miles off Palm Beach County and then eventually on the Treasure Coast, close enough that if there is any drift to the west, it brings in stronger winds for South Florida, but we are expecting that the tropical storm force winds showing up in yellow arrive tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. These are the sustained winds, and they continue to work through during Tuesday and starting to taper off by Tuesday night. James.
All right, we're tracking some rain already moving into the area. The outer bands are starting to move on in. We had a couple pretty gusty ones move on through, 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts with one of them as it moved through from Jupiter Farms down to the south. We're just slowing down a little bit right now with the showers, mainly offshore with those couple of squalls there. Had one just move through Jupiter and Vero Beach. You have one maybe just south of Sebastian, Wabasso. You'll get a quick little shower moving on through, and that one that quickly moved through Sailfish Point there is now gone. Temperatures, it's real muggy and tropical feeling out there, that's for sure. So let's go hour by hour here on Vipercast, and you see through the night we get some of these broken bands that move on through. Another stronger one moves on through around mid-morning tomorrow, and I think that's when the wind really starts to pick up to possibly even tropical storm force here, especially with the gusts and any of these feeder bands that move on through. And as we get into tomorrow night, the hurricane's right there, so we keep getting kind of feeder band after band move on through, and we're going to see that all the way through Tuesday, and it's not going to taper off until Wednesday morning.
All right, James, thank you.
Palm Beach is like a lot of other cities and towns right here in our area.
That's right. It's quiet while they are waiting for the storm to arrive. WPTV News Channel 5's Jillian Idle shows us the scene on the island.
It's a ghost town right now on Worth Avenue. Plywood covers windows and sandbags line storefronts.
I talked to my mom, and like flights are expensive, so they were like, if you can find a place that you think you're going to be safe, just try to do that. And so yeah.
This Palm Beach Atlantic student from Alabama spent his Sunday at the beach with friends.
I went this morning, got some canned foods, nothing frozen and all that stuff. Tried to do some meal prepping, and got some sandbags for our front door, but that's just about it.
The town of Palm Beach issued mandatory evacuations at one Sunday. While some residents decided to leave town, other people from neighboring cities decided to venture over to the island in hopes of catching some waves.
So we kind of made it into a learning opportunity for them as opposed to something that they should be scared of.
This mom of four is letting her kids burn off energy before they plan to be stuck inside for the next several days.
Read books to them about hurricanes and did a little experiment in a bottle to show them pretty much what happens with the water when a hurricane happens.
And back here live on Worth Avenue, I want to show you there are still some last-minute preparations taking place. This man here behind me showing up to the Michael Kors store in the last 30 minutes to board the windows there. Now, it is unclear exactly when mandatory evacuations will be lifted here on Palm Beach and if they plan to have any type of curfew in the coming days. Live right now in Palm Beach, Jillian Idle, WPTV News Channel 5.
A lot of questions about when those curfews would begin and all of that to come for sure as we move through this together. Well, for a lot of people, this could be the last night out before the storm visits us.
WPTV News Channel 5's Wanda Moore joins us from Stewart and the activity happening up there. Wanda.
Businesses and restaurants here in downtown Stewart are all ready, boarded up, and people are trying to enjoy one last night out.
It's our last hurrah.
It's our last hurrah.
Downtown Stewart was busy despite most restaurants and businesses being boarded up.
The shutters don't necessarily mean they're closed.
We are open for dinner tonight. We're going to be open all day tomorrow.
Spritz Bistro and Cafe is putting up shutters as people were eating their dinner.
Originally, we were going to close today after 2 o'clock, be closed tomorrow.
But then Dorian slowed down even further.
It's been difficult.
Spritz wants to stay open as long as possible.
Most of the businesses here in Stewart are going to be closed. And we'd like to be the one that stays open and helps out the community a little, because everyone gets tired of being in.
Escaping that cabin fever feeling for a few more hours.
I think we're just walking along the water, kind of seeing what it looks like before we head back to kind of get sheltered in for the next few days. But getting a last glimpse of the water before we're stuck away for 2 or 3 days.
How much impact will the Treasure Coast see from Dorian? That's the question everyone is asking. For those who have been in the area for a while, Dorian brings back bad memories of previous storms.
But we went through Hurricane Andrew in '92, so we lost everything during that storm. And because we went through Andrew, we've tried to reach out to so many people and say, look, don't take this for granted. Don't think it's going to turn.
And Sheriff Snyder said at this point there are no plans for a curfew just yet. Of course, that could change, so keep an eye on that. Certainly here, all eyes are on Dorian as this catastrophic storm moves closer. Back to you.
Wanted to thank you, and all eyes will be on the 11 p.m. forecast track set to come out in a matter of minutes from the National Hurricane Center. When we get it, we'll bring it to you. But right now, a quick break.
All right, we are still awaiting the new advisory coming in right now. If we can go to the Max 1 computer, that would help out a lot. There you go. So we're waiting for it. This 10 o'clock position there with the 8 o'clock advisory. And you see maximum winds 85 miles per hour. So just waiting for that to come in. We're waiting till the last second here. So Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel will have that latest advisory and latest analysis coming up in a few minutes.
Welcome to this special 1-hour edition of News Channel 5.
Tracking, of course, powerful Hurricane Dorian. Storm Team 5 coverage, Chief Meteorologist Steve Wiggle here with the new 11 p.m. track. Steve.
It just came in, Michael and Kelly, and the storm has changed a little bit. We still have a powerful Category 5 hurricane. The outer feeder bands working in across South Florida, gusty winds and some heavy rainfall, making landfall in Grand Bahama on the eastern side of the island, and it will track right down the spine of Grand Bahama, ending up near West End tomorrow morning. It's slow moving. It's only moving about 5 miles an hour toward the west, and it's roughly 130 miles off the Florida coastline. So it is getting closer, and you can see that some of the bulk of this storm is just off our coast, very close to the coastline. The hurricane force winds stretch out 45 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds out 140, so they're continuing to expand, and the radar coming out of our area showing that just the outer bands brushing the coastline, but the heavy part of this storm, the strongest winds still over the Bahamas at this point. Here's the new forecast track. So it's moving west at 6, so it's picked up about a mile an hour. Winds at 180, so that's dropped a little bit. That's in response to the pressure, which also filled in a little bit during the day. It was down to 910 millibars. It bumped up to 915, and now it sits at 914. If the pressure rises, we usually see the winds start to decrease a little bit, and the opposite happens, which we've seen the last couple of days with this powerful hurricane too. So there's Monday, 8 a.m., moving just to the north of the Bahamas. A little jog back toward the west and ending up just north of West End. This is a very similar track to what we saw at 5 o'clock. So there's Monday, 8 p.m. This is roughly its closest approach to Palm Beach County, and then it makes that turn. And this is a painfully slow turn because this is a 12-hour period where it really doesn't move very much. It is likely moving at about 3 to 4 miles an hour overnight and into Tuesday morning. But that turn is expected to happen overnight Monday, and then eventually up the coastline after that as a Category 4. And that similar track is what we saw at 5 o'clock, just kind of paralleling the coast all the way up into the Carolinas. That's a big map. You want to see the closer view. Here it is. Treasure Coast still in the error cone, and a little bit less of Palm Beach County, not much, by a few miles. It's irrelevant either way, because if the storm tracks a little closer to west and closer to us, we would feel the hurricane and tropical storm force winds out of this. So don't concentrate too much on the don't concentrate on the down the line track. We could certainly see, because it slows down so much, a track a little farther west, and it really won't take much. Even a shift of 20, 25 miles. Let's say the storm makes it to West End and it decides it's going to wait a few more hours before it makes that turn. It would end up in this area first and then make the turn. That pushes the hurricane and the tropical storm force winds closer to us and a little stronger. But this is going to be a long, just a watch through really tomorrow night and into Tuesday morning. And then it starts to take off up the coastline after that during the day Tuesday. So we have about 36 hours here where we're just going to watch this. Now here's the wind field, and it has expanded. So tropical storm force winds spreading across the area late morning and into the afternoon. These are sustained winds. And then moving up into the Treasure Coast, this is a change. Stronger winds of 50, 60, approaching 70 miles an hour right along the northeastern Palm Beach County line, and then pushing even a little bit farther inland across the Treasure Coast. Why is it doing that? Because the wind field is expanding. So a very dangerous ocean and beach conditions on the way. And with this storm sitting over West End for about 12 hours, the wave heights are going to be astronomical. There's a look at some of the feeder bands as they push in off the coastline. We're also getting 3D into this storm, watching some of the higher cloud and convection, and it's about 30 to 40,000 feet up. Lots of lightning with this hurricane, which is unusual to say the least. Near the center, I've seen a couple dozen lightning strikes every few minutes as it moves through, and it's about 10 miles wide at this point too. So a hurricane watch in effect for Palm Beach County. We have a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast right now. I want to toss it over to James to talk more about those wave heights. Beach erosion is going to be significant. I think that's pretty much guaranteed, James.
Yeah, just massive waves out there expected, and not just a quick shot of them. This is going to be a prolonged event here. Seas 20 to even 35 feet offshore. Breakers will be at over 10 feet, more than 10 feet, and the surge of swell and waves all come at the time of high tide, and that's a king high tide at just before midnight hour tomorrow night, and then again at the next high tide cycle, which is noon time on we're looking at Tuesday afternoon, noonish time. So those two high tides will be extremely high. And then as we finally get into Wednesday, things start to quiet down. The waves come down quite a bit here, and then we'll relax everything, and even a southwest wind will help blow out some of the water that's maybe piling up. I know a lot of surfer friends of mine are saying they want to go out surf. This just isn't the time for that. The storm's way too close. We like to surf when the storms are far away and everything's quiet near shore. This one just got too close, so maybe get the next one here. And it doesn't look like it's going to produce much after it leaves too. Storm surge, a lot of people asking about that. We could see 2 to 4 feet in Palm Beach County, a little bit less down in Boca, but all that wind and water is just going to pile up along the coast. And it's not just along the coast, the intracoastal waters, up rivers and tributaries and all that too. You see that even in Port St. Lucie could see some surge there. The Treasure Coast, we're talking 6 feet plus in some areas. So what is storm surge? Well, the normal sea levels here, a surge is going to come up when that wind and wave action just kind of pile the water up. So we go from the normal sea level, we go up to 3 feet, up to 6 feet, which is what we may see. And of course, any houses or any structures that are right near the coastline will go way up for that too. And if we go up one more notch, which we're not expecting 12 feet, but it gets pretty high. I mean, 12 feet, that's higher than your ceiling in most houses there if you're right along the coast. So there's the wind and all that wave action pushing it in. I do think we'll see some breaches in some of the barrier islands and the dunes where the waves and water are going to wash completely over the entire island and make new inlets, cut new inlets, possibly on Hutchinson Island and even Palm Beach.
James, Steve, thank you very much. Tonight we're getting a better picture, and it is a sobering one to say the least, of the destruction Hurricane Dorian has wrought in the Bahamas. Video from Marsh Harbor.
Let's go to News Channel 5's Ann Sterling to take us through some of the video coming into the newsroom. Ann.
This is video that we did post on our Facebook page, so take a look at this video here. This is an apartment complex. This was sent in to us by a viewer, Zania, on Facebook. This, again, a building appears to be an apartment complex because not only do you see the kitchen right there, there is a mattress once you go down this hallway. It appears to be a resident that lives in the area. Look at the damage of the roof right there. You can't miss that. There's debris everywhere as they shoot down the hallway there, and you can see just trying to grab whatever they can to evacuate this area. There's the mattress that we saw earlier. That's why I believe this is an apartment complex and not an office building of sorts. Let's move on to our next one. It's a video from Freeport. This is on the northwest side of Grand Bahama. This video was shot during the day. It appears, as you can see, you just heard James talk about the storm surge, the sea level. This is what it looks like as people are driving along the road here. The trees completely covered in water there. Another video streamed live on Facebook shows major damage on Abaco Island. This video right here, again, the storm surge. I don't know if these are cars down here, but if you continue to watch this video, I think it's about 30 seconds long. There are houses down there. So this has got to be a road right here because there's structures down up there at the top of the screen, as you can see. This storm surge, the water, the sea level, all the rain, that is water that is just covering that road right there. We will continue to bring you more video as this comes into our newsroom right here, the buildings, the destruction. We continue to watch some of this, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it into our newsroom, Kelly.
All right, Ann, thanks. We learned tonight Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport will shut down at noon on Monday, tomorrow. Also, Palm Beach International will cease all commercial airport operations beginning tomorrow as well. They advise all travelers with plans in the coming days, contact your airline. Officials are also reminding all of us that PBIA is not a shelter. So if you had travel plans and they got canceled, please do not expect to sleep at the airport.
And please be sure to stay with our Storm Team 5 meteorologists as they track Tropical Storm Dorian and its impact. We'll have coverage online at WPTV.com, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas set to begin in the morning tonight. Why concern is growing. And Mandatory evacuations ordered in parts of Palm Beach County. Those are for zones A and B. Zone A includes mobile homes, substandard housing, low-lying areas that are prone to flooding. Zone B generally includes the Barrier Islands, areas north and south of the Jupiter Inlet, and other surge vulnerable areas south along the Intercoastal down to the Broward County line.
If you choose not to evacuate to a shelter, please evacuate miles, not hundreds of miles. We encourage you to stay within the county to shelter in place.
There are now 9 general population shelters open in Palm Beach County, also a special needs shelter at the South Florida Fairgrounds and a pet-friendly shelter at West Boynton Park and Rec Center. You can find all of that information about evacuation zones and shelters on WPTV.com.
In Indian River County, some people are underway with their evacuations.
That's right. News Channel 5's Matt Cesney live in Vero Beach tonight. Matt?
Kelly, Michael, we've had very breezy conditions in Vero Beach tonight. In fact, it's been like this since we arrived here just a few hours ago. We had a moderately heavy rainstorm pass through here just about 10 minutes ago. Residents here in Indian River County, east of US 1, are being encouraged for a voluntary evacuation tonight. In fact, the bridges to the Barrier Island and the beaches still open tonight. Mandatory evacuations, we're told here, are expected to start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. But once we arrived up here in Vero Beach, we could tell right away along the coast, concern about the storm was growing. The showers were spotty in Vero Beach on Sunday, but when it did rain, it came down hard.
We're a little frustrated about what we see out here and a little worried.
Jackie Schaefer's road along the beach was already flooding, a low point that already had water rising.
Today we just had rain. We just had like a 10-minute just torrential downpour. My husband was putting up the shutters and he had to come in. And literally, then you couldn't even see the crown of the road. It was just like the, you know, and the water was running almost like a river.
Recent calls, Jackie says, to her HOA, the county, and the city haven't come up with any solutions to this water issue. And now Hurricane Dorian has her seriously worried about what could happen under very heavy rain. With stores out of sandbags, Jackie is relying on more than 100 bags of gravel to protect her home as she plans to leave.
We lived in Orlando. I mean, I grew up in Orlando, and so we moved here a year ago, and I don't know which way to go.
Yeah, that is really a tough question for a lot of people up here tonight. Which way to go once you decide to evacuate? When we left Jackie, she was loading up the car. She was still undecided whether to go north or south with this storm so close to the coast. We're live in Vero Beach. Matt Cesney, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Dorian has been moving west for several days, but is expected to turn northwest as it moves right up against our coast. I'll have the latest forecast track. We'll take a look at what it means for us here in South Florida as far as the weather the next few days coming up.
Martin County Sheriff's deputies spent the afternoon going door to door.
They were in a mandatory evacuation zone and they were checking on families.
WPTV News Channel 5's Alana Quillen joined deputies on a ride as they knocked on doors this evening. She's live at an emergency shelter with the latest for us. Alana.
Well, Hidden Oaks Middle School here, one of the emergency shelters across Martin County, and just in the last hour or so, lights out as people go to sleep for the night. But the workers here, they will be here throughout the night as people come in. Even if they need to come in at 3 in the morning, they will be here, and that's exactly what deputies are urging people to do in these mandatory evacuation areas as Hurricane Dorian turns closer to Florida.
Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Reese Heater is making sure no one gets left behind.
You're right there. We're urging people to find a different location.
As Hurricane Dorian bears down on Florida.
Our number one concern is their safety.
Martin County issued mandatory evacuation Sunday afternoon. Deputies immediately got to work knocking on doors in vulnerable areas to make sure people know the dangers.
This one's got me awake.
Bob Woods is on the fence about leaving, but his friends are getting out of the way.
5 o'clock in the morning, we'll know whether it's going to make its turn. I'll stay if it turns.
Trying to do all the right things and help people find solutions to keep them safe.
Others are leaving first thing Monday.
My friends and relatives, that's an important thing, is to let them know that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
But this woman says she's going to stay.
I lived through one, I guess I'll live through another.
There's 180-mile-an-hour winds, and there's flooded roads and trees down and power poles down. If you dial 911, we might not be able to get to you.
Sheriff's deputies say they can't physically force people to leave, but they're hoping people take the storm seriously enough.
It's nerve-wracking for us because we want to do the best job that we can, and we're here to protect people.
Now, so far, 160 people and counting have checked into this shelter. They have a capacity for 800, but they will not turn people away, and there are several shelters across Martin County. We have those details posted on our website, WPTV.com. I'm also told that Martin County deputies will be out again tomorrow knocking on doors in those mandatory evacuation zones. Reporting live in Palm City, Alana Quillen, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, we have some adjustments at the 11 p.m. advisory and new forecast track for Dorian. It is about 130 miles off our coast, and it is moving west at 6 miles an hour. So it's bumped up the forward speed just a little, and it is bearing down on Grand Bahama now. This island will be devastated by this hurricane. We've seen the videos coming out from Abacos. This could be worse, believe it or not, because it is going to be in the eye wall for an extended period of time, and the storm will either stall or drift for about 12 hours on the western side of the island. It will just sit there, essentially, moving maybe 3 or 4 miles an hour as it slowly lifts north. This is catastrophic to Grand Bahama. There's the distance right now, 130 miles an hour, and the storm is moving, of course, closer to Freeport and Lakaya, and then eventually west end. The outer feeder bands working into our area slowly. They were a little more aggressive earlier. Those are gusty winds and some heavy downpours, and there is a slight tornado threat. We had a couple tornado warnings earlier. Typically, you don't get a lot of tornado activity on the western side, or what we call the left side of the track, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Those warnings were back on the west coast, but there is at least somewhat of a threat. As far as the track, 165-mile-an-hour winds, that is tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., and then it slows down even more. That is into tomorrow night, late afternoon and into the evening. It also weakens to a Category 4, and then it makes this turn. Now, it looks like a quick turn, but it's not. This is going to be a 12-hour time period where it just slowly pushes to the north, and then eventually it picks up forward speed again. There's about a 30-mile difference here. Well, that might be even generous, 25 to 30-mile difference, and then you get into a typical forward speed with a hurricane after that. So it is going to be wait and see all Monday night and into Tuesday morning. Here's a close-up look at exactly the scenario on the forecast track. Now, so we still have the Treasure Coast in the air cone, and just a little bit of Palm Beach County, but don't concentrate on that. Just watch for any shifts in the direction of this, and should it stall, if it just drifts a few miles to the west, it could have a bigger impact on our weather. The wind field is also expanding in this at the same time. So the arrival of tropical storm force wind sustained is now about 6 to 7 in the morning and spreads across the area during the morning and early afternoon. There's 10 p.m. so across most of Palm Beach County. And the stronger winds, these are 55, 65 mile an hour winds, sustained winds, are right at the coast around Jupiter. They just brush along the coast through Jupiter Island, Hutchinson Island, and they even work in around Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, and Stewart. And those are winds that will do some damage, power outages, and perhaps some trees down. And with that forecast, we're also looking at a hurricane watch for Palm Beach County, a hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast and just offshore of Palm Beach County, tropical storm warning for Palm Beach County, and the tropical storm watch for the interior areas with a little less wind. Storm surge warning, the entire viewing area, that includes Palm Beach County, 2 to 4 feet above normal levels, 4 to 7 on the Treasure Coast, and high tide time is around noon, roughly, and around midnight. And the forecast model tracks you can see are almost identical to what they were earlier, perhaps a little bit of a shift in some, but not too much. And obviously we'll watch that through the overnight, and the next big model run comes in around 2 to 3 in the morning. Here's the probability of power outages in our area. These numbers have climbed because the wind field has expanded. We're looking at a medium to high threat for power outages across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, and I suspect these numbers will climb even more as the storm works in. The probability of tropical storm force winds again near about 100%, and there's the hurricane force wind probability. This is cumulative, but it shows almost 50% in some spots. So a watch when 48 hours out warning. If you haven't done so already, you have a small window where you might be able to do some last minute planning tomorrow, but the winds are picking up early in the day and continuing to strengthen on Monday. James.
Yeah, so let's go city by city here. A lot of people asking, well, what's my city going to see wind-wise? Now, these are wind gusts, but you should always prepare for the gusts, so it's going to be the higher end of the scale here. In Boca Raton, waking up, you could have some gusts already into the 40s here as we go through Monday. They get up to Monday night, Tuesday morning, possibly seeing gusts into the mid-50s, well above tropical storm force range there. And then finally, as we get late Tuesday, Boca, since you're farther south, will start pulling away. You're going to see things slack off a little bit quicker. What about West Palm Beach? West Palm Beach, we're looking at ramping up rather quickly here through the day as we get to tomorrow night and early Tuesday, maxing out into the mid-60s for wind gusts possible there, and some of those squalls moving through, and then we'll tone it down as we get late in the day on Tuesday. Wellington, inland communities, you're still going to see tropical storm force wind gusts out there. You're under a tropical storm watch, which means conditions are possible there to see those winds, and you'll see it slowly building through the day, and then it'll quickly taper off there late on Tuesday. Port St. Lucie, a little bit higher there because it's going to get a little bit closer to you up on the Treasure Coast, but mid-60s there. We're looking at a really high there. We could even see some 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts heading up into Vero Beach or Sebastian, possibly gusting up to hurricane force there. And we'll keep you posted on all the new data coming in because this will change and tweak here or there in the upcoming days.
James, Steve, thank you. Whether you are riding out the storm in your home or you're evacuating, WPTV has you covered everywhere. Take your Roku, Fire Stick, or Apple TV devices with you and make sure you download the WPTV app. We will be streaming our live coverage and keeping you informed of the storm every step of the way.
And we will be right back. Turning now to Fort Pierce, where boat owners are not taking any chances when it comes to Hurricane Dorian.
WPTV News Channel 5's Jason Grunauer is working this story tonight.
The downpours have come and gone throughout the night here in Fort Pierce. The winds are picking up and the local businesses are shutting down. But despite the warnings and the mandatory evacuations, there are still some here along the Treasure Coast that plan on tying down and riding this one out.
You can see most of the slips are empty.
At Causeway Cove Marina, most of the boats are long gone.
We were unable to haul out, and we're just going to ride it out. We've made it through a couple of hurricanes in the past, but
none like Dorian.
It's no joke, you know. I mean, I actually have goosebumps as we speak.
Because Captain Kenny will be spending the storm aboard his 52-foot classic.
So she's 1953, and we love her as much as we can.
Tied down with 18 lines and more knots than he can count.
We got as many fenders as we can. Bumpers up and down. You know, everything's doubled, everything's tripled.
As ready as he can be.
It may not be pretty right now. It kind of looks like the hurricane plan itself with a bunch of spaghetti, but you can't have too many lines on these boats right here, right now.
As law enforcement heeds caution.
This storm is no joke, and even though there's this expected turn that we think it's going to make, it may not make that turn. Anything's possible with the storm. And if it doesn't make that turn, things are going to get serious very, very quickly.
Boy, we're just hoping this storm turns north. You know, we're hoping for the best case scenario, but we'll be here and we'll ride it out and we'll give it 110%. We'll do the best we can.
And of course, police say they want people to follow those mandatory evacuation orders for the barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile home parks here in Fort Pierce, adding that they are planning on closing the bridges once wind speeds hit or exceed 45 miles per hour. Reporting tonight in Fort Pierce, I'm Jason Grunauer, WPTV News Channel 5.
Hoping it turns north. A phrase all of us have been
Waiting
saying.
to see that turn.
Along with you at home. We'll see. We'll be back with the second half hour of Hurricane Dorian coverage next. Before we have to fly all the way home. What with winter coming?
Yeah. After weather, you got it. We probably got 10 minutes though.
Tracking Dorian, we continue, of course, our Storm Team 5 coverage.
That's right. Our Chief Meteorologist Steve Weagle here with what we have learned in the latest National Hurricane Center update. Steve?
Yes, there are a few things that we're watching. The winds have come down a little, 5 miles an hour, and they're now 180 miles an hour with much stronger gusts, likely over 200. And the forward speeds picked up just a touch, 6 miles an hour. That's typically a 6-hour average, and that storm is now bearing down on Grand Bahama. It will go right down the spine of Grand Bahama and end up at West End tomorrow morning, and it will nearly stall or drift in this area for about 12 hours before it begins to lift north and push up the east coast after that. This is a catastrophic hurricane for Grand Bahama, much like it's been for the Abacos, and it may be worse in this area because of that stalling or slow motion that is forecast starting on Monday afternoon into Tuesday morning. About 130 miles off our coastline, the outer bands have worked in across our area, South Florida. If you're still watching us in Grand Bahama, I know we have some viewers. The storm has made landfall and it will continue to move closer to Freeport and LaCaya in the next few hours. Overnight will be the worst weather. Some areas obviously getting some of the stronger bands, but the more populated areas, it's approaching right now. 180 mile an hour winds, and those outer bands working through our area quickly overnight with gusty winds. The forecast track continuing as a Category 5, but weakening it. I mean, I guess we get in the habit, it seems natural to say 185 miles an hour like it's an average hurricane, and 155 is weak, but that obviously is not the case. This is a powerful, devastating hurricane for the next 12 to 24 hours that will be very near or right on top of Grand Bahama, and then that turn toward the northwest. That'll happen overnight Monday, and then it works up the coast after that, but it stays offshore, and then wrapping around the Carolina coastline into really Wednesday and Thursday. Here's the close-up track because we want a detailed look at our area. So most of the Treasure Coast in the Cone and parts of Palm Beach County, I wouldn't at this point focus on that too much, because if the storm track, the cone is for the center of the eye of the hurricane. So the eye could certainly be in this area, and because the tropical storm force winds stretch out well over 150 miles an hour now, we would have tropical storm force winds across the entire state. So any shift in the track toward the south and the west, we're in a razor thin area, margin of error for this one, and so we have to keep we're going to watch this very closely into Monday night and overnight Monday, because that's really a critical time here for that turn. The wind field arrives early tomorrow morning because the wind field has expanded, and the winds will continue to pick up. Tropical storm force winds, these are the stronger winds. These are the 50 and 60 mile an hour winds. These aren't wind gusts, these are sustained winds, and they push inland a little bit across Martin County and then working up through Stewart, and the entire wind field starts to lift away, but that's not until Wednesday morning. So we're looking at Monday and Tuesday, winds of tropical storm force or stronger for the coastal areas, a little bit less back around the lake. And as far as what we're looking at for watches and warnings, hurricane watch continues for Palm Beach County, hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast. We have a tropical storm warning for Palm Beach County and a tropical storm watch for the interior where the wind should be less. Storm surge warning, 4 to 7 feet above normal levels on the Treasure Coast, 2 to 4 in Palm Beach County. But add the king tides to that and you have some coastal flooding, and add the wave heights that are going to be astronomical along our coastline with a stalled hurricane just off the coast. The computer model tracks very close to where they were earlier. There's no big surprises here. The official forecast track showing up in red. So what are we looking at for power outages? Now this is a forecast model for the probability of seeing power outages. We're up to about medium and approaching high in a few spots in Palm Beach County, about the same on the Treasure Coast. So do not use generators inside. Do not use candles, flashlights, batteries, and be very careful. Generator deaths are very common during and after hurricanes. I want to toss it over to James.
All right, thanks, Steve. And we're tracking some of these outer feeder bands already coming on through. We had some a little bit earlier. Wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour as they moved on through. And we're looking like things quieting down a little bit. A couple little quick ones move through. You get a quick little burst of wind with that. Most of them offshore at the moment. So Palm Beach Dip County, I think, will be quiet here for a little bit part of the night. Overnight, we may see a couple bands move on through. Treasure Coast 2, we're quieting down. That one that moved through Sebastian and Wabasso earlier is now pushing into northern Okeechobee County. It's just real warm and sultry out there, and you see kind of the edge of the hurricane there on Live Viper 5 Max here. As it gets closer, we'll be using this tool here a lot more. All right, so let's check ViperCast here. This is one of our in-house models, and interestingly enough, it had a new run just now. The earlier one stalled it here for quite some time. This one seems to stall it a little bit less and pull it away here. So this is Monday night, and then it starts to pull it away here pretty quickly by Tuesday morning, and it's already past the Cape by Tuesday night, pushing on through. All the while that it's sitting here, though, we're going to see those feeder bands, band after band after band, moving on through, and that's what's going to contain those strong tropical storm force gusts, possibly even up to hurricane force gusts on the northern Treasure Coast. We'll detail that coming up a little bit later.
I'm Jay Cashmere in the newsroom right now. Throughout the hours, we've been getting video, devastating video in from the Bahamas all afternoon. This is one cut of video that came in from a house in the Bahamas. You can see the storm surge inside this house. The roof was completely blown off of it. Debris everywhere inside this home. Someone was taking this video. They were walking through the house door to door, room to room here. You can just see this is just one house in one area. Abaco, Marsh Harbor. I got an email earlier today that said Abaco is destroyed, basically. This is the webcam right now tonight. Port Nassau. You can see they're getting a really bad cell here. James Whelan and I were looking at the radar earlier, and this is a nasty cell that's going through one of the feeder bands. The storm is to the north of Port Nassau right now, but you can see a lot of lightning embedded in this feeder band. It's going to be a long night over in the Bahamas. Back to you guys.
Indeed. Thanks, Jay.
Thousands of people in our area are in evacuation zones and are now under orders to leave.
In several communities, police are trying to make sure everyone is leaving if they live in those zones. And WPTV News Channel 5's Miranda Christian is in South County now with word on what they're doing there. Miranda?
And we are in Briny Breezes, which is east of Boynton Beach across the intercoastal. And we talked to a lot of people today who said they were leaving and they were going to head west.
You are within a hurricane evacuation area.
Sergeant Hap Kroll is driving around this area in Briny Breezes.
Please finish your preparations and leave as soon as possible.
This area is known to flood during storms, and it's also king tide.
The king tide, the high tides, and this storm, it'll definitely go underwater for a while.
Kroll says they need people to leave because during the storm, first responders won't be able to reach them if an emergency happens.
Just be careful, be very careful. A lot of people let their guard down.
There weren't a lot of people left in Briny Breezes.
I thought it was going to go all north, and so I canceled my hotel reservations yesterday, and then today when I heard it's not, I called up the company and said I want my room back.
Arthur Bruce Jensen says he was the last one to leave his street, and he isn't taking any chances with a Cat 5 hurricane.
I'm a real brave guy until it comes something like that.
We're probably going to stay here until tomorrow morning, hopefully, if they don't close the bridges.
Others were going to finish their storm preparations and leave before the weather starts on Monday.
Please finish your preparations and leave as soon as possible.
And now here's a look at some of that king tide flooding they were talking about right now. You can see the water up pouring over that ledge right now. 2 hours ago, that water was about 2 feet down the ledge. So this is the king tide right now. Now picture any added rain or storm surge on top of this, and this area will be flooded. Now police and fire say they will keep an eye on the wind speeds tomorrow, and if they reach over 45 miles an hour, they will close the bridges. So they are asking people, if you plan to evacuate tomorrow morning, to please do it as early as possible. Reporting live in Boynton Beach, I'm Miranda Christian, WPTV News Channel 5.
Hurricane Dorian already felt on Palm Beach. We'll show you some of the signs next. It just, the whole thing, I'm just watching it going, wow, this was kind of really bad.
I know. I have to. Palm Beach International Airport will cease all commercial airport operations beginning tomorrow. They advise all travelers with plans in the coming days to please contact your airline. Officials also remind all of us, PBA, they say, is not a shelter. So if you had travel plans, please don't expect to sleep at the airport.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw stopped by our studios tonight, and the sheriff spoke about the need to listen to evacuation orders. There have been mandatory evacuations ordered for zones A and B. Zone A includes mobile homes and low-lying areas that are prone to flooding. Zone B generally includes the barrier islands and areas north and south of the Jupiter Inlet. Sheriff Bradshaw also said PBSO will be on patrol in full force.
Don't even think about it, because we're going to be out there looking. So the people in the neighborhoods need to feel really good that we're going to be there to protect you.
The sheriff is also assuring everyone that immigration status will not be checked for any person who goes to a shelter. All bags you bring with you to a shelter, though, those could be searched. And a big reminder, he stressed this, weapons of any kind are not allowed, even if you have a concealed weapons permit.
Promising a robust presence to protect everyone across the county. Palm Beach, like so many other cities and towns in our area tonight.
It's quiet while everyone waits for the storm to arrive. News Channel 5's Jillian Idle there joining us with the latest. Jillian?
Well, Kelly, it was quiet until about an hour ago when we saw someone show up to do some last-minute preparations to the Michael Kors store. And as you can see, some places are getting creative with what they're putting up. This gallery here on Worth Avenue writing, "Dorian, please be gentle." And from what we can see here up and down Worth Avenue, people are in stores taking these warnings seriously and doing what they can to prepare for Hurricane Dorian. It's a ghost town right now on Worth Avenue. Plywood covers windows and sandbags line storefronts.
I talked to my mom, and like flights are expensive, so they were like, if you can find a place that you think you're going to be safe, just try to do that. And so, yeah.
This Palm Beach Atlantic student from Alabama spent his Sunday at the beach with friends.
I went this morning, got some canned foods, nothing frozen, all that stuff. Tried to do some meal prepping. And got some sandbags for our front door, but that's just about it.
The town of Palm Beach issued mandatory evacuations at one Sunday. While some residents decided to leave town, other people from neighboring cities decided to venture over to the island in hopes of catching some waves.
So we kind of made it into a learning opportunity for them as opposed to something that they should be scared of.
This mom of four is letting her kids burn off energy before they plan to be stuck inside for the next several days.
Read books to them about hurricanes and did a little experiment in a bottle to show them pretty much what happens with the water when a hurricane happens.
And it is unclear tonight exactly when mandatory evacuations will be lifted here in the town of Palm Beach, and if in the coming days they will have a curfew. But of course, you can count on us to bring you the very latest information on air, but also online at WPTV.com. But for now, reporting live in Palm Beach, Jillian Idle, WPTV News Channel 5.